scheme to try and free off the liberation war fighters as they came into the country. So our engineers are seized with clearing land and making sure that land is rehabilitated for use. So we are there, Munyaradzi, throughout the communities, throughout the year.
Great work that you are doing there, but also in terms of disaster management, I know that you have been involved in mitigation of disaster, rescuing people during floods, and I remember Cyclone Idai, I remember some floods in Gokwe, in Cholochu. Can you just take us through some of the activities that you undertake for disaster management?
Yeah, disaster management remains one of the closest issue to the command element of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, because, like you rightfully said, in Cyclone Idai, we were actively involved in rescuing people who were marooned in the different areas. Not only that, post Cyclone Idai, we were also live on the ground, helping the communities resuscitate their infrastructure, schools, bridges, and also in some cases even homesteads for those who are vulnerable and who could not be able to self-sustain themselves. So the Zimbabwe Defense Forces is very active in disaster mitigation and disaster reaction, so to speak. And of course, we do this in collaboration with other agencies of the state who will be able to assist us in different ways. But we do work hand in glove with other different ministries and ministry powers.
I know that the commemorations of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day, you say that you have been doing so for the past 46 years. They're usually preceded by a Defense Community Week. What activities will you be undertaking? And this year, would you just point out just a few of some of the community share, what do you call it, CSR?
Yeah, community assistance projects, like I said, I think I've already alluded to those. But, you know, just to explain to you an overview of what it's all about, it is a week that we dedicate to making outreaches. Like I've already said, we do medical outreaches. We do cataract operations on eyes, for example. We do have opticians in the military, in the Air Force of Zimbabwe, who are able to assist us in that regard. But over and all, the long and short of it is that the Community Assistance Week gives us an opportunity to, you know, just make ourselves more visible amongst the general publics of this vast country, and work with them, you know, interact with them, share with them, and hand over the different projects. And of course, we do this, the Minister of Defense who hand over STAR projects, and the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Defense as well also hand over a project. The Commander Defense Forces will hand over a project. The Commander Zimbabwe National Army and the Commander Air Force of Zimbabwe also do hand over the different projects. And of course, it cascades down to formations and units. They also hand over different projects that we might have done throughout the year. But let me point out, Munya, that we don't only wait for the Community Assistance Week to be able to show our visibility amongst the people. Throughout the year, really, we start these projects panotanga gore to manya nawo maprojects wayo kusvika gore ranopera tingorimo mukati meruzhinji rweZimbabwe, mukati mecommunity.
I see that you inspire a lot of youth. We've seen some of the artists trying to identify with the military. How does that make you feel? And right about now, before you respond to that, we just wanted to, because we have so many youth that are inspired by the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, we just want to share a clip on the recruitment processes that are undertaken by the Zimbabwe Defense Forces to take most of the youth on board.
I'm Lieutenant Colonel Madengo Sizinyani. I am the Staff Officer Grade 1, responsible for recruitment in the Zimbabwe National Army. I'll start by highlighting the recruitment categories in the Zimbabwe National Army. Basically, we have 4 recruitment categories. We have the officer cadets, the general duty soldiers, the specialists, and the medical cadets. So, how are these informed of the recruitment process? We flight an advert on the mainstream media, that is print and electronic. The candidates who are interested in joining the Zimbabwe National Army respond by sending their applications or depositing their applications on application deposit boxes which are deployed at selected points within provinces and districts all of Zimbabwe. After that, the formations or provinces respond by shortlisting and inviting the candidates for initial selection. They only invite candidates who qualify or who satisfy the criteria. Thereafter, those who satisfy the criteria are invited for initial selection. The initial selection covers a 10-kilometer road run which has to be completed within a stipulated period, and then there are preliminary medical examinations. Those who pass the initial selection are invited for the final selection. The final selection is thorough medical examinations and written examinations. Those who pass the final selection are attested into the Zimbabwe National Army and undergo training.
All of you young people who are willing to join the military, you have heard yourself how you can be part of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces. But we continue with our conversation with Lieutenant Colonel Mafere. Lieutenant Colonel, these celebrations, they being done in Harare only, or we are going to have other celebrations being decentralized in various provinces?
So let me just take this opportunity to let the rest of the country know that we are going to be having the main celebrations at Trufaro Stadium, which is going to be superintended by His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces. But of course we do have celebrations throughout the country in all provinces of the nation, and indeed in all 63 districts of the country. So the celebrations are not only being done in Harare, they're also being done in provinces, they're also being done in districts, going with the mantra, leaving no one and no place behind.
And we just had a clip where they were explaining the recruitment processes. Which age groups are most preferable in terms of joining the military?
So the general age group is from 18 to 22. And like what Lieutenant Colonel Zinyani has just alluded to, we do look at specialized areas where we might take other different trades and groups, depending on the need that we have in the different arms of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces. We do understand we do have doctors, we do have lawyers, we do have journalists, and a lot of other people who are also in different trades. So 18 to 22 is the ideal
Lisa.
age. Is the ideal age.
Okay, so we just wanted to know, how does that make you feel as a part of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces Days, that the nation sets aside a day like this to commemorate and celebrate the men and women in uniform?
It is a very important day, Munya. Like we've already discussed, this day comes as a way of appreciating the efforts that the Zimbabwe Defense Forces are doing in providing security for our airspace and our land space. But it's also important, I think, for us to note that we're just getting the baton that is being passed on to us from the heroes and heroines, you know, that are laid throughout the country, who lost their lives fighting for this country. Some buried here in this country, some all over the different countries that are supporting our need. So we're just taking the torch from them, really, and ensuring that whatever they fought for, we are here to protect it. So the importance of this day for us is monumental, as we just appreciate those who have fallen, but we say to the rest of Zimbabweans, we have been given the country by our heroes and heroines, and we're here as the Zimbabwe Defense Forces to make sure that we perpetuate the culture of protecting the country and vending off any threats that may come from within or from outside this beautiful country of ours.
You spoke about the decentralization of the celebration, but for now, let us take you to Bulawayo, where Lisa is on standby, where we're having celebrations at the White City Stadium.
We are coming to you live from White Stadium in Bulawayo. Today the nation is celebrating the 46th Zimbabwe Olympic. We are coming to you live from White Stadium in Bulawayo. Today the nation is celebrating the Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day. The Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day is being commemorated nationwide. The main celebrations are being held in Harare, where the President, Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, is presiding over the celebrations. While here in Bulawayo, the celebrations are being presided over by the Minister of State for Bulawayo Provincial Affairs and Devolution. The Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day is celebrated annually in August to honor the sacrifices and the key role that the Zimbabwe National Army and the Zimbabwe Republic Police, as well as the other key stakeholders in protecting the nation, play in safeguarding the nation's integrity. Right now here, people have started coming in their numbers to celebrate this important day. As you can see, the Zimbabwe National Army is preparing to take their positions to march in fast and quick time.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for giving us the feel of what's happening in Bulawayo. But back here in the studio, I'm still talking to Lieutenant Keno Mafere. Lieutenant Keno, what should we be looking forward to at Rufaro Stadium? What the celebrations will be characterized by which activities today?
Of course, Munya, we have a lot of activities that we have lined up for the communities, and shortly I think we're going to be having a fly past, which is going to be done by the Air Force of Zimbabwe. The parade as well is going to be marching on. Let me also just take this opportunity to let you know that when we talk about the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, we are talking about the Air Force of Zimbabwe, who are responsible for protecting our airspace, and the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, who are responsible for protecting the land space or the ground space. So that parade will be composed of detachments from the Zimbabwe National Army and members from the Air Force of Zimbabwe, together making up the parade for the ZDF Day. And after that, we also have a lot of activities. The parade marches and slow and quick time, and we're going to be having some displays of military hardware. For this edition of 46th edition, we're going to be having an exhibition of the military hardware, the different hardware that we do have. Like I told you before, we do have all sorts of professions within the Army engineers. We're going to be exhibiting it today live in Rufaro Stadium. And after that, we're going to be having a football match between Zimbabwe Defense Forces Select Team and the Namibia Defense Forces Select Team. Outside that as well, we do have a lot of other activities. We have musicians are also going to be serenading the people with a different music. You know, Sulumani Chumet will be there, Konangale will be there for the youth, just to give us music.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Keno. But for now, like you are saying, we just want to cross over to Rufaro Stadium, who are going to give us a feel of what's happening at the stadium where we are having the main celebrations.
A very good morning to you, Zimbabwe. We are coming to you live from Rufaro Stadium, where we do have the 46th anniversary of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces. Of course, we are right here in the Sunshine City in Harare. It is running under the theme, guaranteeing peace and stability for the attainment of Vision 2030. Well, I'm not alone, but I'm also with Elizabeth. My name is Rumbizai. Good morning to you, Elizabeth. Lingabe livuka njani muli Zimbabwe igama ngu-Elizabeth Shengeta silapha ke eRufaro Stadium namhlanje lapho ke esithakazelela ke umkhosi wesimachumi amane lasithupha we-Zimbabwe Defense Forces. Lapho ke lumkhosi uhamba phansi kwendikimba ekuthi kona ke i-ZDF iqhakathekisa ke ukuvikeleka kwelizwe kanye ke lokuthula elizweni ukuze ugcwalisiswe izinqumo ka Vision 2030 muri Zimbabwe. Umfaro umkhulu kugamchira inasiku no ku Rufaro Stadium apo tiri pa memberero ze makore makumi mana nemathanatu ekupemberera ka uto rinodzivirira nyika yezimbabwe rezimbabwe defense forces. Nhasi unoyu mhemberero dziri kufamba pasi pedinginira rinoti iro mauto enyika akazvipira kuchengetedza runyararo pamwe nekugadzikana munyika kuitira kuzadzikisa zvisungo nezvinangwa zvebudiriro yeupfumi panozosvika gore ra2030. Ndinonzi Elizabeth Chengeta, tiri kufamba tiri vaviri narumbidzai Chakanza. Zvakawanda zviri kuitwa nhasi pazuva ranhasi unoyu, saka rambai muinesu nekuti mafaro ega ega tichiona zvinenge zvichiitwa nemauto enyika pamwe chete nevaimbi varipo vaimbi rumbi.
Yes, so we expect Japraiser also to be performing here right now. If you can listen to what's happening, there's Lumani Chimbetu, and you know the groove is just good. We also expect that there are going to be some air drills and of course the parades by members of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, that is Zimbabwe National Army as well as the Air Force of Zimbabwe. So please find your way to Rufaro Stadium. It's happening right here. Well, we thank the Zimbabwe Defense Forces for the effort that they put in protecting the country's sovereignty as well as the territorial integrity. And you know, beyond that, they are also into disaster response. Apart from disaster response, they make sure that they participate in initiatives that show corporate social responsibility, and that includes infrastructure development. And already we've been seeing the great work that they have been putting on, making sure that they also participate, building blocks. You know, I know that they've done they've commissioned Hallingbury Primary School. They added a block for ECT, something that is good that ZDF is doing, and we thank them for their efforts.
Tichiona kuti rumbi mhemberero idzi hadzisi kuitwa muno muHarare chete, dziri kuitwawo kumatunhu ese enyika yedu yeZimbabwe kuratidza kukosha nekuyemura mauto anodzivirira nyika yedu yeZimbabwe. Tichiona kuti ane mabasa akawanda ari kuitawo zvekare munharaunda kubudikidza nekuvaka zvivakwa muzvikoro, makirinika, pamwe chetewo nezvimwe zvivakwa zvakatsaukana nechinangwa chekutsigirawo urongwa hwehurumende hwebudiriro yezvivakwa munyika kuitira kuti nyika yedu ienderere mberi. Uye tichiona kuti zvekare mauto aya akakosha zvikuru, asi veruzhinji havasati vanyatsonzwisisa kuti chinangwa cheuto reZimbabwe ndechipi zvemandorokwati, asi tichazenge tichizonzwisisa pane vatinenge tichizotaura navo nekufamba kwenguva rumbi kuti tinzwisise kuti uto reZimbabwe rinobhunyanyomirirei, kuitira kuti veruzhinji vazive, vasanzwe kutya, vasununguke, tishandidzane tiri pamwe chete.
Now we get to cross over to our Pocket Studios where Munyaraza is on standby.
Thank you very much, Rumbi and Elizabeth, for that update. It is indeed a jubilant atmosphere at Rufaro Stadium where we are having the main celebrations. But for now, we just want to give you, to show you the contributions that the Zimbabwe Defense Forces has made in terms of infrastructural development. We are going to give you a clip on what they have done in Mwenezi, one of the remote districts of Masvingo province.
Project E yakatanga 2024 5 Feb. Takapowa material ne BVC dona watakawana muno Mwenezi muno.
Yava nekuna chief vedu vamazitese vakatangira vakadamwa kunomwe musangano vachibvunzwa ari machifi kuti chii chaunoda kuti tikuitire panzvimbo pako. Ivo ndo vavati vanoda kuti vawane chipatara panzvimbo pavo pachief mazetese.
Tikapiwa mabhridha kubva kumasoja, saka tikatanga kuunganidza vanhu, tikatanga kuronga kuti tione kuti tingavaka sei, tikabatsiridzwa nekanzuro.
As a council, we provide working drawings for all these structures. We've got 3 main structures: the main clinic block, waiting mother's shelter, and the safe house. So we were working together with the Ministry of Health to come up with the designs, and all these designs meet the standards required for all the clinics set up.
Ya mashandiro atakaita panapa taishiya villages edu tiri about 14 tinoshanda tingangoti once in 2 weeks time unongouya panapa nevillage yako moya moshanda. It's like the today's Monday nditi saka munongouya Monday then you come the other Monday, you skip another Monday, then mozoya imwezi Monday yacho.
During the construction of this project, we're inspecting the works, and ZDF, as the contractor of this project, they constructed it with a good workmanship.
Those are some of the great works that are being done by the Zimbabwe Defense Forces. That's Alfred Nikita Mangena Clinic in Mwenezi district in Masvingo province. Of course, Alfred Nikita Mangena is one of the venerated freedom fighters who contributed immensely towards the attainment of independence in Zimbabwe. And we continue to celebrate their life even after death by naming some of these important and significant infrastructure after their names. But here back in the studio, I'm being joined by Wing Commander Muroiwa to give us an insight on what's going to be lined up from the Zimbabwe Air Force. Wing Commander, good morning and welcome to today's program.
Yeah, good morning, Zimbabwe.
We know that there's a lot that's been lined up for today's celebrations, but before we do that, we just wanted to know the structure from the Air Force. We did speak about the Zimbabwe National Army. Can you just take us through the hierarchy of the Air Force of Zimbabwe?
Okay, thank you. As the Air Force of Zimbabwe and the ZNA, we form the ZDF. Currently, the parade will march on, which will be composed of the Air Force and Zimbabwe National Army. So they will do a drill display, and they'll be addressed by His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces. As they sing the national anthem, the Air Force will salute by way of salute the fly past that will take place with our K-8 jets. That will be information. I think they'll get in during the second stanza. As the second stanza starts of the national anthem, our jets will then fly past the parade, or the stadium, should I say, Rufaro Stadium. And then thereafter, we have a different display this time around as the Zimbabwe Defense Forces. From the Army, they're displaying a procession of their culture and weapons bazaar, should I say. It's all mobile, a mobile display by the Zimbabwe National Army. The Air Force will also come in with our own display, as ours will be airborne. We'll have the K-8s come in again. Then we'll have the various helicopters, our trainers, the Genets. It's a whole assortment of fun today that's being offered by the Zimbabwe Defense Forces.
So, what do we have to do? We did hear from the Zimbabwe National Army how to join the ZNA, but what do we have to do if we want to be part of these great men and women of the Air Force of Zimbabwe?
Okay, thank you. Like you mentioned before, our entry requirements are basically the same. At some point, we actually recruit together. For instance, the cadets at ZMA. Now, due to the high pass rates within the country, we are going for young Zimbabweans with degrees and good A-level results. They can join our cadets in the Air Force and in the ZNA. We can also have those with good passes and discipline, who are disciplined. We also conduct what you call officer status boards, where if one happens to sail through, they can come and join the officer's corps. So there are quite a number of entries into the Air Force. There's the regular entry, and then also there's the professional entry, where we've got professions, doctors, accountants, quite a lot can also join if you have a profession and if you've got a paper from a certified college.
There are young men and women who are envious of the Air Force of Zimbabwe, especially the head regalia. Would you mind to just explain what it means? Because they are so excited and fascinated with the head regalia of the Air Force of Zimbabwe.
Okay, thank you. What I'm wearing is a foliage cap. Forms part of our Air Force headgear. We have got the beret, we've got the PCAP that we put on as the Air Force of Zimbabwe. So this is what I'm putting on is a foliage cap.
Okay. So we know the Zimbabwe Defense Forces has done a great work in terms of enhancing education in the country. Of course, we pride ourselves of having 94% adult literacy level as a country. But what is the contribution of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces in the education sector?
The contribution of ZDF has been quite enormous since 1980. We started off by upgrading ourselves as military personnel. Then we also built schools in far-flung and remote areas so that children can have access to basic education. And we are still involved in education and healthcare. We are trying so much to bring every part of our society, Zimbabwean society, up to the same level as anyone possibly in Harare. So we out there, as mentioned earlier, we do community assistance, we build schools, we build bridges, we build clinics, we assist the girl child, we period poverty, and quite a lot happens within.
We will continue with that conversation, but for now, let us take you to White City Stadium, where we are having celebration from Lawayo.
Bashu ri kubatanganedza namusi nedzina langa ndi Buphilo Ndlovu ri khou ḓivha uri namusi ri ngeno mudavhini wa White City Stadium ḓoroboni ya Bulawayo ri tshi khou takalela na u pembelela ḓuvha la Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day la ṅwaha la 2026 ri tshi khou ḓivha uri ḓuvha iḽi ndi ḽa vhuṱhogwa nga maanḓa ngauri ri khou vha ri tshi khou livhuwa khathihi na u ṱhompha vhaholisei vha no khou vhona nga zwa tsireledzo ya shango. Namusi a thi tshimbili ndi nthihi vhahashu ndi khou tshimbila na tata Salana Nombembe.
Buphilo namhlanje ke bawethu silapho kwaBulawayo White City Stadium apho kaloku esikhumbula khona umhla obalulekileyo ubutho laseZimbabwe okanye amajoni aseZimbabwe apho abhiyezela khona imisebenzi yawo emihle aye ayenzela ke ilizwe lakokwethu Buphilo.
Re a tseba baheso uri letsatsi la kajeno Nombembe ke letsatsi la bohlokwa haholo, letsatsi mo re bonang masole a bonang ka tsa tshireletso ya lefatshe ba supa bona uri ka nnete lefatshe ba santse ba tswela pele ba le tshireletsa. Siyakwazi ukuthi izolo besinanza isuku lokunanza amaqhawe kanye lamaqhawekazi elizwe. Namhlanje siqhubela phambili sinanza ke abe Zimbabwe Defense Forces bona okuyibo ababangela ukuthi elizweni kube lokuthula kube lokuhlaliseka. Sikwazi ukuthi ibutho leli tata liqhubha imisebenzi eminingi emelana lokuphathisa umphakathi.
Inyaniso leyo Buphilo amajoni alapha kwethu aye asebenzela ngakubi umphakathi okubalelayo ukwakha izikolo okubalela kakhona ukwakha ikliniki sithetha nje ezokliniki ezisezizo umphakathi kanti ezinye kuzona zabo nje njalo exesha ke elifanelekileyo sikhumbule ukubana ke kodwa ubhiyozo olukhulu uyakwenziwa eHarare eRufaro Stadium apho umongameli welizwe uDr. Emerson Mnangagwa ozaba sisiteji esibalulekileyo kanti ke kumaphondo ngamaphondo elizwe le micimbi iyaqhubekeka Buphilo.
Siyababona tata abantu babuyile ngobuningi beveza njalo bona ukuthi labo bayathakazelela ukuthula okukhona elizweni. Bayensuri ababona batho batile ka bongata ba bona usupa uri ke batho ba tshegejang mananeo a tshwarwang ka mmuso re tseba uri kgang ya mongwaga ke kgang e bo mabapi le supentse ja uri ba Zimbabwe Defense Forces ba tswela pele ka go bakela gore lefatsheng go be le kgotso. Re tseba uri kgang ena ke yona e tobakelang gore kgone o yo fitha go pono ya Vision 2030 ibong yona pono e tobakelang gore lefatshe le kgone ba le tswela pele. Inhlelo lezi tata esiqhutshwa libutho leli ziyatshengisa ngempela ukuthi ukuthula okuselizweni yikho sokubangela phela sibona iZDF isenelisa ukwakha izikolo isenelisa lokwakha amaklinika.
Inyaniso leyo Buphilo kaloku xa ngaba akukho ukuthula elizweni asikwazi ukubana sibe nalo ukuthula olwenziwa indawo ezishiyashiyeneyo. Siyayibalulekisa ke into yobana ke eZimbabwe ukuthula kuqhubekeke kunjalo kanti ke sawunikhumbuza futhi ukubana ngexesha lokubana kuqhutywa ke umcimbi wanamhlanje umongameli welizwe ubawo uDr. Emerson Mnangagwa ucele into yokubana uza kunika izidanga kuma-war veterans afika 50,000 Buphilo.
Bashu ri tshikazi kanela phanḓa ri ngene ri khou ḓivha uri vhaholisei vha ḓo ḓa vha ri kanda na vhone vha tshi khou vhala maipfi a no khou bva kha murangaphanḓa vha shango ḽino vho Dr Emerson Mnangagwa vhone vha no ḓo vhala maipfi avho vhe ngei mudavhini muhulwane wa Rufaro ure Harare namusi ri fhano White City Stadium lingaphi nxa lingekho White City Stadium sithakazelela njalo sinanza lemisebenzi ephathwa ngabe Zimbabwe Defence Forces okwamanje hlalani lilalele ezinye inhlelo.
Thank you very much for giving us that update at White City Stadium. But back here in the studio, we're still continuing with our conversation with Wing Commander Mroyi, who is going to give us an update on what we should be looking forward to in today's celebrations. Wing Commander Mroyi, you were telling us about the contribution that the Zimbabwe Defence Forces has made in the education sector, especially infrastructural development.
Okay. Like, for instance, the Air Force of Zimbabwe, we built a school in Mrongwe, Mount Darwin, Mrongwe Secondary School, which was it's one of the areas where the late Air Chief Marshal Shired operated in. So when you visit sometime, you still found that children were still learning on sitting on you know, on bricks and logs. So the school was upgraded to a standard that was very good. And besides that, we as ZDF, we have gone out to many schools in Dumisa, in the other areas. We are building schools, and even I think the minister handed over a block that has just been completed. We are part of the society. We give back to society. We come from society. So we also want to include that the general population of Zimbabwe has the same basic education as the Zimbabwe Defence Forces members, so that we move at the same path.
We see the military, what do you call it, the staff college. Is it the staff college or it's a military college along Mazoe Road?
Oh, National Defence University.
National Defence University. Does it now accept civilians?
Yes, National Defence University has opened its doors to the civilian population. Anyone can now enroll to ZNDU. It offers various degree programs. Defence disaster management, international relations. From commerce, I saw the one in computer. Is it computer science or something to do with computer engineering, software engineering, thereabout? So it's open to the general public.
Is there any inclination towards the military? Do you have to say if it's software engineering, it has got an inclination of defense forces?
No, we don't. Academics is open to everyone. It's not inclined to the military. It's open to everyone. Yes, there are military courses there, but generally there are also civilian courses that can be undertaken by anyone. And the syllabi is just the same. So it's an approved syllabi by is it the Ministry of Education, or I don't know, that approved syllabus for colleges.
Thank you very much for that important information. But for now, let us take you to Rufaro Stadium, where we are having our main celebrations, and our presenters, Rumbi and Elizabeth, are on standby to give us an update and a feel on what's taking place at Rufaro Stadium, where we're having the main celebrations.
Oh, there is the parade. We've just seen people marching in slow and in quick time. I hope that you are enjoying what is transpiring right here at Rufaro Stadium. Feel free to also send a message whereby you get to congratulate or probably celebrate a friend of yours, a relative who is a part of the Zimbabwe Defence Forces. Of course, they're running under the theme guaranteeing peace and stability for the attainment of Vision 2030. I mentioned earlier on that Zimbabwe Defence Forces of Zimbabwe National Army as well as the Air Force of Zimbabwe. Right now, I'm joined by a very intelligent and beautiful lady by the name Flight Lieutenant Happiness Nyati. She is also a pilot, and we would want to know about her journey in the Air Force of Zimbabwe. And of course, talk about opportunities that are there for ladies who would also want to join the Air Force of Zimbabwe. A very good morning to you, Flight Lieutenant. How are you?
Good morning, Rumbi. How are you?
It's good to see you. I can say that you're looking very smart today.
Thank you so much.
I think by just looking at your uniform, people can actually say, I also want to be a part of ZDF.
Yes, you are welcome. Everyone is welcome to be part of the ZDF.
All right. Let's talk about your journey in the Air Force of Zimbabwe. Probably it's going to inspire somebody who is out there, who is at home, thinking about career guidance, but they don't know where to start.
Okay, basically I can say it wasn't an easy road, Rumbi. It wasn't always easy, you know, the early morning, tough training, but you know, I'm here today. ZDF has taught me resilience, and I've been able to learn a lot in the Zimbabwe Defense Forces. So to everyone who is listening to me today, I want to tell you that gender is no limit, especially to the girl child. Gender is no limit for you to join the Zimbabwe Defense Forces. You just need your 5 O-levels, including maths and English, and just the courage to start.
So how did you become a pilot?
Like I said, I got my 5 O-levels and my A-level, and then I joined the Air Force of Zimbabwe as a pilot. So the ZDF offers free training for pilots. You will be trained in fixed wing and in helicopters. So you just need your education and your focus just to join the ZDF.
Representing this gender called the female. All right, let's talk about opportunities that are there in ZDF. Apart from being a pilot, other opportunities that probably ladies can look out for in the Air Force of Zimbabwe?
Okay, the ZDF offers a wide range of opportunities. We have engineers who are the ones who keep the aircraft in the air. We have medical doctors, nurses, we have caterers, dressmakers, just to name a few. Every opportunity is found in the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, so everyone is welcome.
Interesting. Now let's talk about what this day means to you, the Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day.
Zimbabwe Defense Forces to me is not just about the fly past and drill march, the soldiers that are marching. It's about remembering the men and women who fought for this country so that we may be free and enjoy the fruits that they attained when we were not here.
All right, lastly, your message to those that are watching, those that are at home, talking about the Air Force of Zimbabwe and how they need to also celebrate and value you for the work that you put.
Let's rejoice and be happy in this day, because our forefathers and the heroes who died for this country, they did this so that we can enjoy this day. So it's Zimbabwe's 46th anniversary, so we should be happy and enjoy.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Rumbi.
Absolutely wise words there coming through from Flight Lieutenant, who is a pilot. She goes by the name Happiness Nyati. It's quite inspiring, hey, to see a lady talking about how she is a pilot. Elizabeth, I was just talking to the pilot, to the pilot, Nyati, yes, Happiness Nyati. And she's been telling us about the opportunities that are there in the Air Force of Zimbabwe, that you know what, you just need your 5 O-levels, make sure there's mathematics there, you join, and then you get free training if you want to become a pilot. So ladies, why are you not taking time to go there and challenge yourself? We need more representation.
Vakawanda Rumbi vanenge vachityira kure vachingoti izvi tinozvikwanisa here, asi hoyo mukana
pilot.
Hausi wanonoka here.
Aiwa ndanonoka iti yachaita bhumi.
Muri yeZimbabwe tiri kunoka kurufaro stadium kune urongwa hwehanhasi uno apo tiri kupemberera kamabasa makukutu anoitwa nemauto enyika, uto reZNA pamwe chete nere Air Force of Zimbabwe, uto remuchadenga. Iye zvinezvi mauto edu ari kuratidza udobidobi neudau vange vachinge vari kufora kuti tinge tichionaka zvavanenge vachiitawo saivo. Izvezvizvi tiri pamwe chete ne mauto eZimbabwe Defense Forces, takasangana neAir Force of Zimbabwe. Tiri kuendera mberi tichikurukura navo kuti tinge tichinzwawo kuti ivo vane zvikamu zvakatsaukana zvavanoshandira vari seuto remuchadenga reAir Force of Zimbabwe. Iko zvinezvi ndava kumbokurukura inini na Flight Lieutenant Guguletu Moyo, vanova kuchikamu cheICT. Toda kuti tinge tichinzwisisa kuti ivo kuICT vanomboita nezvei. Tinokugamuchirai Lieutenant.
Tinotenda nekuti koka kwamaita pane ino nguva.
Imimi muri kuchikamu cheICT. Tingada kuziva kuti ICT inopinda papi muuto remuchadenga reAir Force of Zimbabwe.
Okay, ndinotenda zvikuru semunhu anoshandira kuICT tiri muchiuto chemuchadenga. Sezvamunoziva nekuchinja-chinja kuri kuita zvinhu zvakasiyana-siyana kunyanya payatinoti digital workspace. It means kuti masystem edu akawanda akunyanyo kudipenda ne-ICT. Saka zvinotibatsira zvakanyanya kuti patinenge tichita basa redu tirimo muchiuto. Masystem edu iwaya anotibatsira kuti basa redu sevanhu vemuchiuto rienderere mberi, kuti tizokwanisawo kuti tichengetedze nyika yedu yeZimbabwe.
Saka tingada kungoziva kanorondo rwendo rwenyu muri muutore muchadenga nekuti ndoko makatangira here ku-ICT?
Okay, ndizvozvo. Sezvamunoziva kuti ku-Air Force of Zimbabwe kune mikana yakasiyana-siyana. Pane vamwe vanotangawo vari masoja ari pazasi-zasi, kozoitawo vamwe vanoita atinotiwo ma-professional courses yekuti unotanga waenda ku-university and then wozopindawo muchiuto wakatoenda ku-university kudhara. Senge zvatakaita isusu takatopinda tiri ma-ICT professionals, tichipindawo muchiuto tichida kuti tichengetedze nyika yedu nekuti tizokwanisawo kuti tiwedzere ruzivo rwedu tichienderera mberi, kuti chiuto chedu chikwanisewo kuenderera mberi tichichengetedza nyika yedu semauto emuchadenga.
Mimwe mikana iriko ku-Air Force of Zimbabwe takanyanya kutarisana nemi semadzimai zvakamira sei?
Mikana iriko ku-Air Force of Zimbabwe yakawanda zvakanyanyisa. Ndonzwa kufara nokuti mikana yacho haiperi ende haisarudze kuti uri mudzimai kana kuti uri munhurume, zvichienderana nekushanda uko unenge uchiita. Nokuti chiuto chedu chine vanhu vari kuma-departments akasiyana, including ma-engineers ariko, ma-finance, ma-pilots. Saka tine ma-requirements anenge achidiwa kuti iwewo uzokwanisa kuuyawo kuchiuto ichocho.
Kurudziro yamungave nayo kune vamwe vanasikana vangangova nechidokwa-dokwa chekuteedzerawo, nokuti machenero makaita aya anonzwisa moyo?
Aiwa, ndinotenda zvikuru. Aiwa, ndoda kungokurudzirawo vamwe vechidiki kunyanya vechidzimai kuti vasanyanyo kuvhunduka vachitiona takamira kudai vachingoti zvinhu zvinenge zvakanyanyisa kuoma, asi zvinhu zvinodakadza kuona tese semadzimai tichienderera mberi, tichishanda nesimba, tichishandira nyika yedu. Saka ndinokurudzira kuti chokwadi vanenge vane shungu yekuti vajoine chiuto vanokwanisa kuuya, ende zvinhu zvakanaka zvinotienderera mberi senyika yeZimbabwe.
Tinotenda. Tanga tiri kutaura isusu na-Flight Lieutenant Guguletu Moyo vekuchikamu che-ICT. Tinotenda zvikuru nekuva nesu nhasi.
Aiwa, tinotenda.
Mazvinzwira kamuri yeZimbabwe kuti mikana iriko kuuto re-AFZ, tichiona kuti vari kune shuviro yekuti vanga vachipindawo mumabasa akatsaukana-tsaukana vakasununguka kuita saizvozvo, vaendererawo mberi nedzidzo kuitira kuti vazokwanisawo kusvika pachidanho chakasvikwa na-Flight Lieutenant Guguletu Moyo. Okwamanjeke muli yeZimbabwe siqhubekela phambili silapha eRufaro Stadium namhlanje kumkhosi wokuthakazelela iminyaka engama-46 selokhu ibutho leZimbabwe Defence Forces lisunguliwe lapha eZimbabwe. Sengilo uFlight Lieutenant Verdict Ndlovu ongu-Staff Officer True Civil Military Relations, yena obona ngokudlelana kukaZulu lohlangothi lwawo njengebutho lasemkhathini. Siyakwamukela namhlanje eRufaro Stadium kulolu suku.
Ngiyabonga ukwamukelwa.
Singathanda ukwazi ukuthi wena umsebenzi wakho ebuthweni lasemkhathini le ugxile ngaphi kwakhona?
Yebo, mina njengo-Staff Officer Grade 2 Civil Military Relations sikhangele ubudlelwano obukhona phakathi kwebutho lasemoyeni loZulu wonke nje jikelele. Ngakho siyahamba siyenza ama-projects esincedisa khona uZulu, njalo nxa kudingeka ukuthi maybe sihlangane loZulu njengalapha esikhona namhlanje, siyabona ukuthi uZulu wonke lathi siyazwanana, ubudlelwano bethu buhlala bushelela nje konke kuhamba kuhle.
Ngama-projects bani elwayenzayo emkhathini lapho?
Thina ama-projects esiwayenzela uZulu sigxile kakhulu kuzibhedlela lezikolo lokuncedisa nje uZulu ikakhulu labana abangabe begogekile kumbe abaswelayo. So siyahamba ezindaweni thile ezingabe zingela izikolo eziseduzane, sifike siyakhe izikolo kumbe kwezikolo ezikhona siyancedisa ukufaka izindlu zokufundela ukuthi imtholampilo ama-clinics siyayakha njalo so far siyabe sincedisa ukuthi uZulu nje eyanelisa ukuthola nje ukuziphilisa sixhasa uhulumende ekuthuthukiseni ilizwe.
So singathi thina singathanda ukuba kwazi kathesi ukuthi wena uhambo lwakho usebuthweni lasemkhathini luqalisele ngaphi njalo usungaphi?
Yebo, ukuze kuzwakale kahle ngohambo lwami, uhambo lwami le Air Force luqale ngo-2018. Ngijoyina i-Air Force ngo-2018, ngijoyina ngivele sengile degree. Yikho okungenze ngaze kuba kulolu hlangothi engikilo namhlanje. So ngatraina e-School of Flying Training eGweru, and then ngase ngithola i-commission yami ngo-2019. Ngathola irenki ke eyokuba ngu-Air Lieutenant. Ngazosebenzela eJZ Moyo, ngazosuka eJZ Moyo ngaye eManyame, ngasuka eManyame ngaye headquarters lapha engikhona namhlanje. So lolu luhambo engingeke ngithi luhambo lulula ngoba i-training yona yinto enzima kodwa edinga ukuthi umuntu azimisele ngoba uyabukwazi ukuthi ukuvikela ilizwe ayisiyo mdlalo wamandlwana. Yi-business enkulu sibili okukhangelela ukuthi wonke ebekwazi ukuthi uyenzani nxa uvikela ilizwe. Ngakho i-training yangikhona ilokuhlukumeza umzimba kodwa iyenza ukuthi ingqondo ifocus ibekwazi ukuthi kumele kwenzakaleni njalo uqine engqondweni lasemzimbeni.
Sesiqedisa ungachiyela lizwi liphi kulaba abasakhulayo nxa sikhangelana lo msebenzi eliwenzayo njengebutho?
Njengoba namhlanje sithakazelela i-46 years njenge-Zimbabwe Defence Forces, ngingathi kwabasakhulayo i-Air Force of Zimbabwe ilawo amathuba maningi sibili ngoba akukhathalekile ukuthi ugcine ku-A level kumbe ku-O level. Nxa ule O level yakho iminyaka yakho isavuma ulakho ukungena i-Air Force uyenze lakho lathi sikwenzayo khonokho njalo nxa kuyikuthi ule degree lakho kumbe ule specialized diploma uyabuya njalo join i-Air Force in whatever ilokuzeni kumfundo olayo yoneyo. Kodwa abasakhulayo kabahlalele khatshana lezidakamizwa ngoba izidakamizwa zenza ukuthi uZulu enganelisi ukudefend ilizwe lakhe. Ngakho sithi kwabasakhulayo shiyanani lezidakamizwa libuye lijoyine ibutho leni lomvikela njalo lapho esidefenda khona lani linjani lisixhase sisebenze ndawonye.
Hayi siyabonga ukuzokhuluma lathi namhlanje.
Ngiyabonga lami.
Ngu-Flight Lieutenant Verdict Ndlovu lo besikhuluma laye ke yena ke obona ngokudlelana kukaZulu lebutho lasemkhathini ebesikhuluma laye ke eqonqosela ke abasakhulayo ukuthi labo benelise ukungena ke kubutho lasemkhathini esithena hayi akulula kodwa kumele labo baqinisele njengokuqinisela kwenzayo. Ndasitawura na Flight Lieutenant Verdict Ndlovu vangawari kuti vechidiki vakasununguka kuti vanga vachizopindawo kuuto irorire muchadenga Air Force of Zimbabwe. Hanzi hazvisi nyore asi zvinoda kushinga sekushinga kwavakaita ivo hezvo nhasiko vari tiri kudada navo seuto reZimbabwe.
We still have a lot more coming through, Elizabeth, and we would just want to encourage the people in Zimbabwe to tune in to ZBC TV and also on our Facebook page, that is ZBC News Online. We are also live streaming there, and what we've just been saying is we saw that Maputo, they were marching in quick time, and it was amazing to see a lady and a male representative both doing it accordingly. So now we get to cross over to our pockets of studios where Muya is on standby.
Thank you very much, Rumbi and Elizabeth, for giving us that update from Rufaro Stadium, where we are having the main celebrations that are going to be presided over by the Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defence Forces, Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa. And we did see the Zimbabwe Defence Forces parade marching in a coordinated sequence. But among the parade marching in was a goat mascot. We used to know Rure Guerrero, a goat mascot, which would be part of these military displays. But we just want to find out from Wing Commander Mroiwa. Wing Commander, we did see the coordinated marching in a beautiful sequence there. But we saw a goat mascot. What is the significance of that goat mascot? And we used to have Rure Guerrero. What's the name of this new mascot?
Well, thank you. I remember growing up, government. But now we have Corporal Chumoyo, and that are marching with the parade, and having a mascot is part of the insignia badges, and it also adds color and morale to the parade. If you watch movies, and there are quite a lot, you will see that each and every unit has got an insignia or a badge, and they also have their own mascots, so to speak. But for today, is the National Army, the mascot is Corporal Chumoy, and it's a goat.
Thank you for that information. Of course, let's just get a feel of what is happening in Bulawayo, where our presenter Mark Mabwe is on a standby. They're going to give you the feel of the celebrations happening in Bulawayo province.
Thank you, Munya. It is a wonderful morning. We are still here at White City. It's getting warmer and the crowd just keeps getting larger and larger as people are coming in their numbers to celebrate ZDF Day. And as they have been coming in, they've been handed some food and refreshments just to show that they're being taken care of. And to note, we have seen some people from Emma here keeping the environment nice and clean, picking up litter so that our celebrations are done with absolute standard. Nanzilelo, take us through. What are you seeing? What are you thinking? What's the mood like?
So far we've seen the first infantry brigade this morning. The band was marching around the stadium. People got people excited. Right now we're currently seeing the junior cadets from Wina High School, and they are in Mbizo Barracks, and they are practicing their routine. So we're looking forward to seeing that later on this morning, and it should be a day packed with a lot of entertainment. The DJ as well has been keeping the crowd entertained, and it has been a brilliant morning. People are excited, people are looking happy. I personally am excited to see the mascot. We've already been told that the mascot is here and he's ready for his routine. So a lot of activity is going to be taking place this morning, and we are just thrilled to be here to celebrate the Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day. For our viewers that missed this morning, the little tidbits that I gave, Heroes Day and Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day is celebrated a day after each other. The reason being heroes is to commemorate the men and women that lost their lives to bring peace and sovereignty to the nation, whereas Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day celebrates the men and women that continue to safeguard the nation's peace and security. And this is why we celebrate the 2 days, one day after the other.
And still in line with that, just to mention the theme of ZDF Day, that is guaranteeing a peace and stability towards Vision 2030, which underpins the responsibility of defense forces to ensure that the country remains sovereign while we journey towards an upper middle income society in 2030.
And earlier on we were discussing that this year there'll be
50,000 medals, yes.
to men and women across the nation and from the 10 different provinces. Mark, you want to tell us more about that?
Oh yes, these medals are independence medals that are being given to war liberation vets, and these is just to show that the country is dedicated to honoring and appreciating our defense forces and those who have been there before and who are still to come.
At this point, I think we will hand back to Munyaradzi in studio. Thank you very much, Munyaradzi. We'll be back with you later with more updates on the day.
A big thank you there from our presenters in Bulawayo who gave us a feel of what is happening. Of course, it is also a jubilant atmosphere in Bulawayo, where they have converged at the White City Stadium to celebrate the men and women in uniform who have contributed immensely towards the development of this country, and of course protecting our territorial integrity and security. And of course it resonates well with this year's theme, ZDF commemorating this year's celebrations. But back here in the studio, I'm being joined by Wing Commander Mroiwa to explain more on the contribution of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces in various aspects of the economy. Wing Commander, earlier on we were talking about your contribution in the infrastructural development, especially education sector, but I've seen your presence in sport. You have so many sporting teams that are competing in various disciplines, soccer, netball, athletics. We also have Defense Forces games. Can you just elaborate more on that?
Okay, fine. As one of our roles as the Royal Defense Forces is to assist civil ministries. And when we play sport, to assist in the Ministry of Sport, it's part of parcel of one, we are keeping fit as the military. Two, we are also part of the nation. We want to bond with the nation, and we play these games with the nation. We have Chapungu FC, currently in Division 1, not doing so good. We have Black Rhinos. It's there. We have Chapungo Queens. We have Black Rhinos athletes. I know they've got Black Rhinos, the guys who do the marathons, swimming, and so forth. So but there are quite a number of professionals from both the Army and the Air Force that have been part of our national teams. I mean, I remember the last COSAFA, team that won the COSAFA. We had from the Air Force that had come through the Air Force system. I remember Skipper, Ed Mosbanda, Hassan Nongo, Philip Marufu, Kadid Malajila. They formed part of Murphy's COSAFA winning team. So
you didn't forget Maraino?
Maraino, yes, he did well. Maxwell, he did well for Chapunga Rembe. He was a soccer star. So you see, we are part of the nation. Right now we have Chapunga netball. We have quite a number of about four of our ZWS are part of the team in the GEMS. They're also touring with the GEMS, and it's quite good for us. And they keep fit, and they keep the nation entertained, and they're part of
we do remember, of course, a lot of athletes joining the Zimbabwe national soccer team. You did mention Zikipa, you did mention Maraino. People don't know that they were part of the Air Force of Zimbabwe. And of course, just tell us a little bit on what we just witnessed on the screens during the ZDF parade that was marching in that coordinated sequence.
Okay, what you saw was the ZDF parade marching in.
But before we do that, as you were seeing on our screen, our dignitaries, of course, coming in. That seems like the Vice President, Commander Air Force, Commander Zimbabwe National Army, and probably the CDF being escorted to Rufaro Stadium, where we are having the main celebrations of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day. But let us continue with a conversation with Wing Commander Mroiwa. You were talking about the contribution in the sporting activities. Tell us more about that.
Even from the Army, I remember, I said to be correct, but I think Lieutenant Colonel Mafere can also correct me. I think Ian Goro at one time was with Black Rhinos. So you can see that we do our part as the military in supporting sport within the nation in its entirety. I know the 24 disciplines that are competed for at the Olympics. We do have them within the Defense Forces.
So people just witnessed some of the dignitaries or our what do you call them, service chiefs were coming in. Can you just explain to us? We saw a flag on a white car. Which dignitaries would then be escorted in that manner?
Right now we're seeing the arrival of the Commander Defense Forces and the service chiefs.
That was the Commander Defense Forces in a white car with the ZDF flag.
Yes.
Okay.
With the service chiefs. The service chiefs. ZNA commander will have flying the Army flag, the Air Force commander the Air Force flag, and so forth, going like the ZRP Commissioner General will fly the police flag, and the PCS will fly the.
Also, all the service chiefs are going to be part of these celebrations.
They are arriving at the same time.
Okay, so each service chief is escorted by a unique escort or feature in terms of
today's ZDF. They're being escorted by the ZDF military police.
Okay, just tell us more from the Air Force side. You spoke about the diamond formation, the fly past and diamond formation. Would you want to share with us what that means? And we're also going to have you mentioned that we're going to have skydivers, the paratroopers. Would you mind in sharing what that means, the fly past and those military displays?
Okay, you see the guys, the pilots or the jets who come in, they'll conduct the fly past within with the diamond formation. There are various formations that they can do. There's the VIC formation.
What does that stand for? You call the VIC formation. And what is that?
So it's like if they form a V, various aircraft.
And what's the significance of that?
It will be it's a display. It's a display formation.
Okay. Is there a unique formation for the presidential salute, or
yes, there's a unique there is a formation for each maybe say program or event.
Oh, okay.
So for us, we'll conduct.
Can you explain more on that, on these various formations and various events and their significance?
Okay. When we say various formations and various, we can have a parade whereby there's maybe the service commander is taking over, like when the Air Force commander was taking over from Air Chief Marshal Moyo, we conducted a fly past, but it was not a diamond formation. It was sort of a Vic formation. A diamond formation here in Zimbabwe, which we conducted for the president.
Okay. So the other one you said it's called what?
Vic formation.
The Vic formation you said is for what?
It can be a display. The displays
Just
Arabic.
Okay.
Displays,
Okay.
yes.
And what about the paratroopers?
The paratroopers will conduct their jumps today from 6,000 feet, which is about 3.3 kilometers. We have got about 12 paratroopers. They'll be landing with various flags. There'll be the national flag, one will be the national flag, the ZDF flag, the Zimbabwe National Army flag, and the Air Force flag. They'll all conduct paradrops into Rufaro Stadium.
Thank you very much. But for now, let us get to appreciate the work that is being done by the Zimbabwe Defense Forces in infrastructural development. They did upgrade the Maneta Registry Office in Buera, Manicaland Province. Just stand by for that clip.
Ini ndini matariro tapiwa mhaka ndiri sabhuku ndini sabhuku wemuvhileji yekwamhaka inova ndiyo yakapa nzvimbo pano kuti paitwe chivakwa chakaita sechino kuti vanhu vedu vaone pekutorera mabirth certificate padhuze. Zvanga zvichinetsa vana kuti vanyore magrade 7 vasina mabirth certificate nekuti vanhu vanga vachifamba nzendo refu kuti vaende kunotora mabirth certificate, saka zvaivaremera kuti vaone mari yekuti vaende ikoko. Uyezve zvaitinetsawo isusu nyangwe muvhileji medu chaimo panguva yekuvhota yemaelection aya. Waiona vana vazhinji vasati vane zvitupa vachitadza kuti vanenge vachivhota. Saka iye zvinezvi ndinoona sekuti nekwatatarisa uko zvinhu zvese zvakuita muserendende.
Ndirowa takafuratira pano uyu takafunga kuti dai tikaita registers office yedu pachezvedu tingaita sei. Ndobva taungana naMP wedu watati naye kwakuformesa zvitina tati nemawadhi 9 ndobva vabvisa mari ndobva tatsvanga munhu aforoma zvitina ndokuti tizova nechivakwa ichi.
Isusu registry office tinoigamuchira nemaoko maviri. Ndofunga tikatarisa nharaunda yedu inei yanga ine machallenges evana vasina mabirth certificates. Tichitarisa ndofunga tine almost 45% yevana vedu havana mabirth certificates. But mareasons avanopa ekuti sei vasina mabirth certificates kazhinji kacho vanongoti hatina mari dzekunotoresa vana mabirth certificates. Saka ndoyanga iri challenge. Ndofunga nearest registry office yedu yanga iri kuMuzokomba, then also have another registry iri kuBuhera neMamurambinda. Saka ni kure kubva kuno kuManeta Primary School nezvikoro zvakapoteredza. Isu tiri kutarisira kuti registry ikavhurwa mabirth certificates akakosha zvakanyanyisa tiri kuchikoro. One, kana tichiita sporting activities edu tinoda mabirth certificates. Even kana tichiadmita vana vedu kuti vapinde muchikoro tichida macorrect names avo anenge ari pamabirth certificates. Saka tatine challenge iyoyo. Uyezve pakuregister vana vedu vanenge vachinyora magrade 7 vanoda mabirth certificates. Saka tatine challenge yakakurisa chaizvo yevana. Tiri kutarisira kuti ikavhurwa registry iyoyi ichatirerutsira dambudziko rekunge tine vana vasina mabirth certificates. Ndonga ndanzwa imwe wing yacho iri kunzi ye-information center iyo ndinoona sekuti ichaplaya role yakanyanyisa munharaunda ino, especially vana vachiwanawo information ne-internet access.
Taitambura paimboti vemamobile vaiuya taigona kuenda kana kwaBaravara motoenda nechikafu chekunovata kumuchitorera vana mabhethi, kana kuti kuenda kwaMuzokomba kana kuBhoyera, asi waitoenda wakatongoti nechikafu chako. Saka zvinhu zvairwadza vanhu nenyaya yekuti pasina mari yebhazi yei. Saka waizongodzimara wangoti tozongozvionawo kana pandinenge ndawanira mari.
MP akabva atoti ndakataura ne3 brigade tichapuwa masoja from 3 brigade.
Takagara navo zvakanaka ende vaishandika navo vakabatsira zvikuru. Hatina kumboita machallenges venestorage yezvinhu zvavo zvaigara kuchikoro vachiuya vachitora zvinhu zvavo vachishandisa panapa. Hatina kumboita challenge ende tinovatenda nebasa guru ravakaita rekuti unzira rekuti chivakwa icho chipere nenguva. Vaikwanisa kubata matimelines avo zvekuti kazhinji vaitozomirira material isipo asi basa richiroverwa mberi. Zvativatenda ipapo.
Masoja aya anga asingangoshandi pano pega. Ini ndindaitovatakura tichienda vane chimwe chipatara chavaivakazve nechekwana mombe yarara uko. Chandisina kuzoona hangu kuti chakabuda zvakadii, asi mudhuri wacho usati wapera ndakaona kuti vari kunyatsa kugona basa ravo. Saka tingangoti vari kuseenzera nyika yese, havasi kugonera isu tega, asi kuti nyika yese vari kudii, vari kuita basa ravo nemazvo.
Masoja akakosha nokuti ivongo vanhu vanofunga kuti vakangomirira hondo kubata pfuti, aiwa, nokuvaka vanogona. Ukaenda kuzvipatara vanorapa, ukaenda kumasignals variyo. Saka mauto anokosha.
Tinoda kutenda zvikuru sei kumauto. Vakatibatsira kubatanidza kanzela, MP vese vakaita kuti zvinhu zvese zvimasoja ave pano. Zvinhu zvandinoda kutenda zvikuru kuti vakatibatsira. Tanga tisingafungiri kuti tingaitawo chivakwa chakadai muno pano pamaneta. Asi tinoda kutenda zvikuru kuti ngazvirambe zvakadaro. Kana vana vedu vamwe vakutonzwa kuti nyangwe ndiri dofo, kana kukanzi kumhanya chaiko ndinotomhanya nekundoda kuenda kuchisoja, ndozonoitawo bhirita, kana kuti ndozonoitawo kapenda, nekuti paiuya madhipatimende emasoja vanoita zvekapendri vega, zvemasilingi, vanovakawo vega, vanoisa zvinhu zvakatifadza chose. Saka vana vedu vakatotorawo dzidzo yekuti kuchisoja kwakanaka, hakuna kunzi zvakati. Saka ndinoda ngopa hangu kutenda naizvozvo.
Isusu tinowanzokuita inonzi career guidance. Tinomboona vedefense vanouya vachibatsirawo vana kuti kune mikana yakawanda inobuda ukoko kunhingirikiri kudefense, especially matrades akawandisa. Mwana anogona kutoita zvecarpentry, anogona kutoita zvebuilding, anogona kutoita even zveelectrical work, zvakawanda zvavanogona kuita. Saka kugara kwavo muno vana vaitoona semarole models, kuti vamwe vanga vakutodawo kuti vakakura vanosvira kuva mauto.
A great work being done by the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, contributing immensely towards the development of the nation and the growth of the economy. Of course, they did help in the construction of the registry office. You did hear people witnessing that they were having a torrid time in securing their identity particulars in Buera, but of course the Zimbabwe Defense Forces chipping in. Wing Commander, we did hear that you did a great job and infrastructural development in Buera there. What skills besides basic military training that the military people or the Air Force or Zimbabwe men and women possess?
Oh, thank you. We are not only concerned about firing the guns, but also we have skilled personnel within the ZDF. We have artisans, like we're looking at bricklayers.
Just to stop you a little bit, we did see the foreign troops, yeah.
Those
from
are
Europe.
defense attaches accredited to Zimbabwe from various nations. They're like ambassadors of their of their own defense forces from where they come from.
Tell us more about it.
So what we have is countries that have got embassies here in Zimbabwe. Most of them do have defense attaches. Defense attaches, we can say that they stand for their commanders who are from the various countries. For instance, I know we have Botswana, there's a defense attache here, we have Zambia defense attache, we have in the USA defense attache, many defense attaches that are accredited to Zimbabwe. They form parts, they also come to celebrate us. These are countries that
as a country. So how does this help us as a country and as Zimbabwe Defense Forces?
Well, if I go back to history, you know, the first footprint in terms of ambassadors was done by military men. If you read from Alexander the Great to when they leave ambassadors or in each province where they'd conquered. So now currently we have the defense attaches training, retraining, and transnational training and where we train together in various colleges, various universities. It gives us good operational experience and we rub onto each other's experience onto one another.
Okay, let us go back to the skills that the ZDF possesses besides basic training that you undergo.
For a register, you're looking to build. Suppose the register that you saw from Nature District in Buyera, you're looking at building a house. We've got the bricklayers, the carpenters, the plumbers. We've got various trades. When you're looking at both combined ZNA and Air Force of Zimbabwe, you're looking at over 120 trades, various trades. From the Air Force, you can have aircraftsmen, engineers doing a lot. We have other professions also doing a lot. So we've got a lot of artisans, a lot of trades.
So can a person join the ZDF possessing a particular skill? Is there a special entry for that particular?
There is a special entry for those who possess a particular skill, and they should have a diploma or a certificate from an accredited college within Zimbabwe, or within maybe from outside Zimbabwe, but the college will be accredited. And some members also join without these skills, but they then apply to go to various institutes to learn to have the skills so that they can use them when they're within the Zimbabwe Defense Forces.
And now we just want you to explain what was happening, but for now we are witnessing the defense minister, of course, arriving, greeting other senior government officials. We see former ministers and cabinet ministers, and of course visitors from neighboring countries to come and be part of this big day where we are celebrating the men and women in uniform. But just explain to us the coordinated sequence that we did witness earlier on with men and women in uniform marching in.
Okay, thank you. What you saw first was the arrival of the Commander, Defense Forces and Service Chiefs. When they arrived a bit early so that they can, in terms of hierarchy, welcome the minister and they maybe give a brief of what's happening. Right now, you can see the Permanent Secretary for Defense, Combat AGT Nepera, speaking to the Minister of Defense, and you can see the exchange happening there. Then later or soon, we'll witness the arrival of the Vice Presidents, and from there, the arrival of His Excellency.
And of course, indeed, we did witness the arrival of various cabinet ministers and members of the Politburo. Of course, we also witnessed that we also did see that the military attachés who are part of the celebrations, and we see the arrival of other dignitaries to the venue. And can you explain more about today's displays?
Today's display, so we've got a unique display today. It's not the previous display that the general public we were used to. It's a display where the army is coming with a procession, a military procession, a mobile display. It's going to be quite interesting. I do not want to take off the thunder from it, but I want you to witness it and we'll comment as it goes through the stadium, as it moves in and out of the stadium. There were quite a number of activities. The Air Force was well coming also with a mass aerial display.
Mass aerial displays. And of course, you did say that is it 60 feet that they are flying from the sky divers?
The sky divers are 6,000 feet.
6,000 feet. How many meters up?
That's about 3 kilometers.
3 kilometers from the sky.
They're flying. They'll be in a Casa 212, and it's a static line jump. They'll jump from the Casa into Rufaro Stadium.
Can anyone who is in the Air Force of Zimbabwe do that, or is a special group of people trained to do that?
It's a special group of people trained to do that. Paratroopers. If you're brave enough, good days wins, you can go and join them. And
what does it take for me to be part of that?
It basically takes about another 1 month, another a month to 2 months of retraining, then another 2 months of training how to jump from to a paratrooper.
And we are witnessing the arrival, of course, of the Vice President who's driving to the venue, Rufaro Stadium. I just wanted to know from you, I understand that you train pilots.
Yes.
How long does it take for me to be a qualified pilot after joining the Air Force of Zimbabwe?
Well, the basics is that everyone starts by doing basic military training. You start off by doing basic military training so that you know what is required being in the military. before you move on into ab initio training to be a pilot.
Okay, so it takes 4 years. Is it 4 years?
18 months.
18 months to be a pilot?
Yes, but then after 4 years now, we have incorporated Zimbabwe National Defence University, where pilots are now graduating with an aviation degree. So
and on our screen, we are witnessing the arrival of the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Jacob Mudenda, who is going to be part of the celebrations. So I just wanted to know the composition, not in terms of figures, but do we have female pilots? Because, you know, this has been, people think that this particular profession is secluded to male trainees or pilots, but do we have...
Yes, now there's been a deliberate thrust by the Commander Air Force so that we have an increase in female pilots and female technicians, and even in promotion, advancing females within the Air Force of Zimbabwe and the ZDF at large.
Oh, okay. So can you, is there a difference between the ZNA and Air Force, or is just one? But because we hear people say, you did hear from the interviews that people were saying, my soldier came here, my soldier did this. Is there a separation, or you guys are one, but well, two, but in one?
We're
two in one.
We're two in one.
Oh, can you explain that?
The Army is the ground force. The Air Force concentrates on the airspace of Zimbabwe.
Oh, okay. So, what other skills do you equip people with at the Air Force of Zimbabwe besides basic military training? Do I get to, because you did say that I can have my own profession, I can join the Air Force of Zimbabwe and then contribute in that discipline, but do we get to have other people?
Yes. We have, from pilots, we have to aircraft technicians. From aircraft technicians, we have aircraft air traffic controllers, and also have combat controllers.
So is it possible for me to get into the university and later come to the military? Because we know that there are other skills that are not found in the military. And we, on our screen showing, we see the Vice President, retired Colonel Kembo Dugish Mohadi, also arriving at Rufaro Stadium to be part of this celebration. I'm sure that was his entourage that we did witness arriving at the venue earlier on. And it looks like that is Vice President Dr. CDG and Chiwenga driving in at Rufaro Stadium to be part of the celebration. And it looks like they are heading for a briefing before the commencement of the today's celebrations that are being held at Rufaro Stadium under the theme Zimbabwe Defence Forces guaranteeing peace and stability for the attainment of Vision 2030. And it is indeed a full house, and the military parade is already in place in preparation for the commencement of today's celebrations at the Rufaro Stadium. But you were talking about other works there. What are other works besides that we have discussed that we are being done by the Zimbabwe Defence Forces?
We're talking of professions. Like, for instance, I was saying that we have, like, for instance, for me, I did my media studies with the Middle State University before I joined the Air Force of Zimbabwe. So you can find that there are many professions, from accounting.
Before we will continue that conversation, but let us cross over to Rufaro Stadium, where we are having the main celebrations there. We did witness the arrival of the two vice presidents, senior government officials, the Minister of Defence Service Chiefs arriving at the venue.
Service chiefs, as well as the Minister of Defense and War Veterans, that is Comrade Opa Muchinguri Kashiri. We also have witnessed the arrival of Vice Presidents Colonel Kembo Mohadi, as well as Dr. CDG and Chiwenga, all attending an event of this magnitude. But right now, we are also joined by a member of the Zimbabwe National Army, that is Colonel Albert Chibata Moto, who is going to talk to us about ZNA in terms of the welfare that they have been, the issue of welfare that they have been looking into, you know, to attain Vision 2030. These are issues that must be taken into consideration. A very good morning to you, Colonel Chibata Moto. It's good to have you here.
Thank you so very much, my sister Rombi. How are you? Happy ZDF Day.
Happy ZDF to you. Now let's talk about the role of Zimbabwe National Army. Not just that, but let's talk about the welfare. You're saying that you want to attain Vision 2030, guaranteeing peace and stability. But we do have members of ZNA that also need to be looked after. How far have you gone in terms of their welfare?
Thank you very much, Sister Rumbi. In line with the Vision 2030, the ZNA and the government has organized a number of projects so that our members benefit in terms of accommodation. I will mention two important accommodation concepts. First, the institutional accommodation, then the personal accommodation. On the institutional accommodation, we have two major projects that have been launched by the Treasury and the organization under the PSIP project. And these projects are the Waraseka Housing Scheme, and it's based in Harare, and the Imbizo Housing Scheme based in Govlawayo. Of these two, we project that by the end of, or the approach of Vision 20, all these houses would have been built for the betterment of our members of the organization, both officers and men. Then we come now to the personal accommodation. Under the Zimbabwe Defense Forces and the ZNA in particular, we have what is known as the ZDF Benefit Fund, where members are allocated stands, and so that they build on their own. When time comes for them to retire, they will then go to their personal homes with their families. But the major boost was there this year when His Excellency, our Commander-in-Chief, President Emerson Mnangagwa, then launched the North Gate and the Harare South housing schemes, so that each and every soldier in the Zimbabwe Defense Forces will get a roof, aligning now to the middle income that we want to achieve as a nation. But Rumbi, I should not only talk about accommodation. There's also this issue about the transport. The Minister of Defense has entered into agreement with bigger companies so that we provide utility vehicles, we provide buses, we provide troop-carrying vehicles for our troops. This is exactly what has happened, and so far, if I may tell you, we have 40 buses that we received from the companies that we dealt with, and more are coming by the end of the year. We expect every formation, every unit to be having a bus and many utility vehicles. So compounded with these deliveries, we are going somewhere, and we have not been left out in all the plans of Vision 2030. Many thanks to our government, the Second Republic, and the leadership with His Excellency, the President of Zimbabwe. I thank you very much.
Insightful discussion that we are having right here. Let's talk about infrastructural development. Are you know, these days we talk about modernization, looking at the facilities that you have as Zimbabwe National Army. Have you been improving, or are there any plans to make sure that you look into infrastructural development?
Oh, thank you very much, Rumbi. Yes, yes, indeed we have been improving. As you may be aware, all our internal works, construction works, they are done by artisans from our engineers. So these engineers are trained with our Zimbabwe School of Military Engineering. But we are saying, let's capacitate them, let's capacitate their learning by giving them certificates, diplomas that are also recognized by ZIMCHE, and that we are doing. But it's not enough to capacitate the personnel. We should also give them equipment, the plant machinery, so that we go forward as a nation. And in contracts that I've earlier on mentioned, we also have plant machinery that we are going to be using, that we are also going to be receiving. So that alone will make us see all the fruits of Vision 2030 as enunciated by His Excellency, our Commander-in-Chief, the President of Zimbabwe. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us, and happy Defense Forces Day.
Thank you. Same to you. Happy Defense Forces Day, Zimbabwe. Happy Defense Forces, everyone watching us from this stand. Thank you very much, my sister.
Absolutely, that is Colonel Albert Shibata Moto, who we've been talking to from the Zimbabwe National Army, telling us about infrastructural development as well as the welfare of ZNA members, of course, to attain Vision 2030. Of course, the Zimbabwe Defense Forces that we are celebrating today is mandated to protect the country's sovereignty as well as protecting territorial integrity. Let's take you back to our Pocket Cell studios.
Thank you very much, Rumbi, for that update. And of course, the celebrations are likely to commence anytime from soon. We are waiting for the arrival of the Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, is going to preside over the celebrations. But for now, we just want to talk about today's celebrations with Lieutenant Keno Mafere, who is here with me in the studio. Keno Mafere, can you just take us through today's celebrations?
Of course, we've spoken quite a lot about what is going to be happening today, and like what Wing Commander Mrewa did say, we wouldn't want to take the thunder out of what we have prepared for the country today. But we'll be witnessing a lot of displays from both the Air Force and the Zimbabwe National Army, as well as entertainment groups that we engage with. That is how we synergize the way we work with the general public. We do have a couple of acts that will be coming through, like you've heard Japres will be playing today as well on this venue, and Sulumani Chimbeti is also going to be playing, Konangale will be playing, and a lot of other musical groups are also going to be there. We also do have a group that is coming from as far as Dumisa, where we did construct a school, a couple of that we handed over last week, and they'll be also giving us some of the acts that they do have that they're prepared for the rest of the country. So I urge all the people who are in and around Rufaro Stadium to make their way to the stadium, to find places to sit and hold tight and wait for the action, because it's going to be action-packed today.
And the mascot, we did say the goat mascot being part of the parade. It's under the Zimbabwe National Army, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Corporal Chimoyo. Can you tell us more about this mascot?
The mascot is more a moral booster for the parade. It's there for aesthetics, really, just to brighten up the event. You know, this is one of the ceremonies of the highest nature that you can have in any nation, proudly presenting and coloring the event and boosting the morale of the parade. So that is what the corporate is doing, and it's part of the drills, it's part of the aesthetics that we do have to make sure that our event is spruced up and our event excites the general public.
Thank you for that, but let us cross over to Bulawayo at White City Stadium, where we're having our presenters who are going to give us a feel of what is happening in Bulawayo.
Thank you, Munya, and we are back at White City, where the mood is absolutely jovial and everyone is really ready to celebrate ZDF today. We can see right now behind us we've got the military band that's marching, and we can hear and we can see the crowd is responding very positively, showing that they are very much encapsulated in what is happening at the moment. And we've just seen some more dignitaries arriving, and we're still waiting for our guest of honor to arrive while the proceedings are still being followed.
Thank you very much, Mark. So our guest of honor this morning is the Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Honorable Judith Ncube. So she will be coming through shortly this morning, but thus far we've seen the 1st Infantry Brigade marching earlier this morning, and they did a march around the whole stadium, which got everybody excited. We later saw the junior cadets from Induna High School, and they're sitting behind us right now, and they're based at Mbizo Barracks, and they were practicing their routine, which will also be seen later this morning. We have also been advised that the mascot will be here, and everybody's excited excited to see the Defence Forces mascot, who will be parading as well this morning. So it is an exciting morning. Everybody is recording the parade that's currently taking place, and there's just a moment of excitement as everybody honors the men and women who are part of our Defence Forces in Zimbabwe.
And lest we forget, as we just recap, that yesterday was a Heroes Day, and concurrently coming back to today, which is ZDF Day, which is running under the theme ensuring peace and stability towards Vision 2030. And now we take you back to studio where Munya is there on standby.
Thank you very much, Mark. And of course, we just witnessed the arrival of the First Lady, Dr. Auxilia Mnangagwa, who is going to be part of the celebration. As we see on our screen there, we see the President the Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defence Forces, rather, Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, arriving at the venue. It means that the celebrations will start at any moment, and we're going to see what has been explained earlier on, the fly past in diamond formation, which is a sign for the salute of the President and the Commander Defence Forces. Would you want to explain more on this kind of drills and what it means, especially with the presidential salute?
Oh yes, Munya, thank you very much. It's the highest honor that we give to the Commander-in-Chief, who is also the Honorable President of the State, and this is the highest form of respect that we give to the Commander-in-Chief as he comes through to officiate this very important occasion. Not only do we do those drills only, we also take this opportunity to probably just show the Commander-in-Chief some of the things that we have been doing and improving. And of course, he, as the man at the helm of the Zimbabwe Defence Forces, will be proud to witness some of these activities, as well as the rest of the people from Zimbabwe and all over the world.
Can you just explain and brief the sequence? We saw the VW sequence and the linear sequence that we see those military personnel marching into the venue. Is there any significance to that? And also explain the significance of the slow movement that we usually see, and the salute, and the equipment, or rather the weapons that they are carrying, and their significance.
It's actually ceremonial, Munya. It's like I said, this is a parade of the highest honor, a parade of the highest standard when we come to the Zimbabwe Defence Forces. So to spruce it up and to give people entertainment and to keep people entertained, we do come up with different versions of marching on to the parade. From if you notice, the drills have not been the same for the past years. We also always trying to come up with new ways of doing those marches onto the stadium, so that every year we don't give people the same feel of what we could have done the previous year. So the significance really is that we need to keep people entertained, most importantly, and we need to make sure that people understand that the Zimbabwe Defence Forces is also able to keep them in safety, even as much as we entertain them.
You did mention earlier on that you have been doing this. We've been doing this for the past few years, but for now, we see the arrival of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, who is also the Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defence Forces, being accompanied by the First Lady, Dr. Auxilia Mnangagwa. Of course, he arrives to a venue full of Zimbabweans who are going to be part of the celebrations, and of course, it is a jubilant atmosphere as they usher in the President to the venue. And very soon, we shall cross over to Rufaro Stadium for the commencement of the celebrations. And of course, we see the Head of State and Government and Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defence Forces, Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, walking up the red carpet to the podium, of course, where we're going to have the celebrations starting at any moment. But you were explaining that why should we be celebrating the Zimbabwe Defence Forces?
Yes, it is important for us to celebrate the Zimbabwe Defence Forces. It is important for us to appreciate the efforts that are being made by the gallant sons and daughters of this beautiful nation, in as far as providing, protection of our land space and our airspace is concerned. You understand, Munya, that Zimbabwe is a landlocked country. In other countries, their jurisdiction goes as far as the Navy. You were asking me and asking us earlier about what really constitutes the Zimbabwe Defense Forces. In other countries, you see that they have the Air Force, the Ground Force, and the Navy. But in Zimbabwe, because we are landlocked, we don't have the Navy. So we do have the Air Force of Zimbabwe and the Zimbabwe National Army. And now we see
but
the
now
flight
let us
past.
follow proceedings as we hear the national anthem.
President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Head of State and Government, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces. The Zimbabwe Defense Forces parade to mark the 46th anniversary celebration is composed of 12 officers, color party, 1 parade warrant officer, 8 detachment supernumeraries, 8 detachments of 30 members each, number 1 to 5 detachments from the Zimbabwe National Army, 6 to 8 detachments from the Air Force of Zimbabwe, band, drums and mascot from the Zimbabwe Defense Forces base, all formed up in line, ready for inspection, Your Excellency.
We may be seated. We may take our seats.
And that was His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, who's also the Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, inspecting the Guard of Honor. Here in the studio, we still have Lieutenant Kenner to explain what the process that we just witnessed. Can you just tell us the significance of this mass displays and also the inspection of the Guard of Honor by the Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces?
What we just witnessed is the Commander-in-Chief inspecting the parade. That is what is done just before we get into any other activities on the celebrations.
And of course, what does this mean? What will be happening exactly?
As you can see, the Commander-in-Chief and President of the Republic, who is also the highest guest of honor at this particular event, who just go onto the parade, the marching troops, to just check whether they're properly dressed, whether they are attentive to the parade. Just a significant way of really closing in with his troops.
Can you tell us more in terms of the composition of the parade? We did hear that we have some from the National Army, some from the Air Force. Can you just comment a little bit on the composition of this parade?
As you might have heard, the parade commander was reporting to His Excellency. He did say that we do have number 1 to 5 detachments coming from the Zimbabwe National Army, and then number 6 to number 8 detachment coming from the Air Force of Zimbabwe. The composition of the parade, like we've always said, is a combination of the Zimbabwe National Army and the Air Force of Zimbabwe. So it's a mix really of those two forces, but of course making out as one for this particular celebration.
But for now, let us just follow the proceedings as the President completes the inspection of the Guard of Honor.
Thank you for the inspection. Permission to march past in slow and quick time and conduct the drill displays, Your Excellency. No! Arms! Nothing! In close hold! Inward! Close!
ZDF at 46. Congratulations, Zimbabwe Defense Forces. anonzi warrant officer class 1 gijima.
Zimbabwe! Zimbabwe!
Ngatigare pasi titeererese. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, First Lady Dr. Auxilia Mnangagwa, Vice President General Retired Dr. C.G.D. Chiwenga and Amai, Vice President Colonel Retired Dr. K.C.D. Mohadi, Minister of Defense Honorable O.C.Z. Mchinguri, and other cabinet ministers here present, all protocol observed. I am Colonel Charles Mtije, the Director of Ceremonies for this program, ably assisted by Mr. Chiloba from the Ministry of Defense and Flight Lieutenant Melissa Muchaneta Zwaradoka, and a whole host of other officers who will be providing commentary on items on the program. Without much ado, allow me to invite to the podium the Permanent Secretary for Defense, Comrade A.D.T. Nepera, to take over proceedings. Secretary, sir.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, the First Lady, Dr. Mai Auxilia Mnangagwa, Vice President and Second Secretary of ZANU-PF, Honorable General Retired Dr. C.G.D.N. Chiwenga and Amai Chiwenga, Vice President and Second Secretary of ZANU-PF, Honorable Colonel Retired Dr. K.C.D. Mohadi, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable J.F.N. Mdenda, President of the Senate, Honorable M.M. Shinomona, Chief Justice, Honorable E. Gwaunza, members of the Politburo and Central Committee of the ruling party ZANU-PF here present, Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Harare Metropolitan Province, Honorable C.Z. Tawengwa, Cabinet Ministers here present, President of the Chiefs Council, Chief M. Kumalo, leaders of other political parties here present, Deputy Ministers, Members of Parliament, Chief Secretary to the President and Cabinet, Dr. M. Rushwaya, Chairman of the Public Service Commission, Dr. V. Ungwe, Commander Zimbabwe Defense Forces, General E. Matatu, Deputy Chief Secretaries, colleague Permanent Secretaries, Service Chiefs, Commander Zimbabwe National Army, Lieutenant General A.W. Tafumanei, Commander Air Force of Zimbabwe, Air Marshal J.J. Nzwede, Commissioner General Zimbabwe Republic Police, Commissioner General S. Mtamba, Commissioner General Zimbabwe Prisons and Correctional Services, Commissioner General Dr. M.C.N. Chiobu, Director General President's Department, Ambassador P. Chikava, all protocols observed. Your Excellency, we are gathered here today to commemorate the 46th Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day a day set aside to celebrate the work of our defense forces in the discharge of their constitutional mandate. To commence our program, allow me to invite Chaplain General Colonel M. Chabata to lead us in devotion. Colonel Chabata.
Your Excellency, allow me to read a passage of scripture from the book of Micah chapter 4, verse number 4. It talks about the peace, prosperity, and security of a nation due to its defense. Ndichaverenga norurimi rwamai. Shoko raMwari rinoti, asi mumwe nomumwe uchagara pasi pomuzambiringa wake napasi pomuonde wake ari mumunda make, hakuna angazomutyisa, nokuti muromo waJehovha Mwari wehondo wataura izvozvo. Your Excellency, this is a common and beautiful metaphor of peace, prosperity, and security of a nation due to its defense, where the people sit and relax without fear of any injury done to their persons or properties by an enemy, which is and will be continuously more abundantly fulfilled in our motherland, Zimbabwe. This phrase, every man under his vine and fig tree, is a biblical idiom from the Old Testament symbolizing ultimate peace, safety, prosperity, and personal freedom. It pictures a peaceful time where people own their land, enjoy the harvest of their hard work, and live without fear of war or oppression, with no one to frighten them, as is the case in our peaceful Zimbabwe. Shoko raMwari rati anorima ngarime nesimba, anopfuya mombe pfuya nesimba, uchipfuya hwai pfuya nesimba, vanonamata vamakereke namatai nesimba makasununguka. Chikonzero nei? Zimbabwe Defense Forces iripo pakuchengetedza runyararo kuti tishande nesimba nyika yokwedu igute. Ndinamate. Muzita raMwari Baba, romwanakomana noromweya mutsvene, tinokutendai Mwari wamasimba ose nenyika yokwedu, vatungamiriri vayo, madzimambo okwedu neuto redu reZimbabwe Defense Forces mukuchengetedza nyika yokwedu nenhaka yamadzitateguru ekwedu. Ngairopafadzwe nyika yokwedu nezuva ranhasi ratiri kupembera, tichinyengeterera rugare, runyararo nokubudirira kwenyika yokwedu. Ndinoti shewo kudenga, ropafadzai nyika yokwedu, muipe nyasha, itendeudzire iso chenyu, muipe rugare, ivhenekere neiso chenyu Mwari wamasimba ose, muiwanzire nyasha. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all till eternity. In the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, may we say all, Amen.
Tinotenda Chaplain General nokutiunza pedo nemusiki zuwa rinokosha kudai izvi. Thank you very much, Chaplain General. At this juncture, allow me, Your Excellency, to invite the Minister of Defense, Honorable OCZ Mchinguri Kashiri, to deliver her remarks and also to take us to the next item on our program. Honorable Minister, ma'am.
The Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, Comrade Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, our First Lady, Dr. Mai Auxilia Mnangagwa, our Vice President and Second Secretary of ZANU-PF, Honorable General Retired Dr. CGDN Chiwenga and Amai Chiwenga, Honorable Vice President and Second Secretary of ZANU-PF, Honorable Colonel Retired Dr. KCD Mohadi, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable JFN Mudenda, President of the Senate, Honorable M. Chinomona, Chief Justice, Honorable E. Gwaunza, members of the Politburo and Central Committee of ZANU-PF, Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Harare Metropolitan Province, Honorable Charles Tawengwa, Cabinet Ministers here present, the President of the Chiefs Council, Senator M. Kumalo, leaders of the other political parties here present, Deputy Ministers, MPs, Chief Secretary to the President and Cabinet, Dr. M. Rushwaya, Chairman of the Public Service Commission, Dr. V. Wongwe, Commander of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, General E. Matatu, Deputy Chief Secretaries, Secretary for Defense, Comrade A.D.T. Nepera, Service Chiefs, Commander Zimbabwe National Army, Lieutenant General A.W. Tapfumanei, Commander Air Force of Zimbabwe, Air Marshal J.J. Njede, Commissioner General Zimbabwe Republic Police, Commissioner General S. Mutamba, Commissioner Zimbabwe Prisons and Correctional Services, Commissioner General Dr. M.C.N., Director General President's Department, Ambassador P. Chikawa, all protocol observed. Mangwana ni akanaka, muri Zimbabwe. Tinokukwazisa imose, kumembero yedu ye 46 Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day, tichipemberera zuwa renhasi. Tinoda kukorokotedzesa President wedu neungano yakadai muno muRufaro Stadium, zvakare kuma provinces kwese kwakaungana vanhu jekelele. Tinokutendai nekuuya kwamaita nemanhamba enyu akawanda. Your Excellency, on behalf of the Ministry of Defense and my own behalf, I warmly welcome you to the 40th Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day commemorations. Our gathering comes at the backdrop of the National Heroes Day commemorations in which we paid solemn homage to our fallen and surviving heroes of the liberation struggle. Today we are honoring our gallant sons and daughters in the defense forces who continue to uphold the dictates of the struggle. In our midst today, Your Excellency, allow me to acknowledge the presence of our sister defense delegation from the Republic of Namibia, led by Air Commodore Muhenje. Your attendance to this event demonstrates the excellent relations that exist not only between our two defense forces, but also between two sister republics who share the same history, who shared trenches during the liberation struggle. You are most welcome, comrades. Your Excellency, this year's commemorations are being held under the theme, Guaranteeing Peace and Stability for the Attainment of Vision 2030. The theme resonates with our constitutional mandate, that of safeguarding the country's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Nyika inodziwirirwa newe wayo. Your Excellency, we cherish your astute leadership, your guidance and support as we discharge our mandate to propel Vision 2030 to greater heights. Your Excellency, our ministry falls under the good governance, institution building, peace and security pillar of NDS 2. The stability that we enjoy today has been the foundation for economic recovery and growth, which has resulted in our GDP registering a growth rate of 8% in 2025, making us one of the fastest growing economies in Africa. Inflation remains in single digits. Investment inflows have surged across mining, agriculture, manufacturing, energy, and tourism. Allow me, Your Excellency, to take this opportunity on behalf of the Ministry of Defense to congratulate you for the resounding election into the United Nations Security Council as a non-permanent member during the 2027 to 2028 term. The emphatic election is yet another testament of the success of your pronounced engagement and re-engagement policy under the cardinal principle that Zimbabwe is a friend to all and an enemy to none. Under your astute leadership, the international community recognized Zimbabwe's invaluable contribution to international peace and security. Your forces remain consistent contributors to SADC, AU, and UN peacekeeping and peace-building missions. Across all deployments, your military demonstrates ultra-professionalism, discipline, and full respect of international humanitarian law. Our ministry has taken full heed of your directive to upgrade and modernize our defense capabilities in order to mitigate the rapidly mutating and complex operational environment. In modern warfare, peace is not cheap. Deterrence demands investment. Readiness demands innovation. We thank you, Your Excellency, for availing resources which enable our defense forces to undertake research and development and participate in advanced training programs so as to adopt to modern times, that is employing more and more technology. Your Excellency, as part of our contribution to enhanced inclusive service delivery to the people of Zimbabwe, the Defense Forces under the Community Assistance Program this year launched 9 flagship projects across the country, comprising 8 schools and 1 civil registry office. These projects are a direct response to your clarion call for all Zimbabweans from all walks of life to take ownership of the national development agenda as espoused by your enduring mantra, Nyika inowakwa newe newayo, ilizwe lakiwa ngabanikazi balo. Regarding national disaster preparedness, the Zimbabwe Defense Forces continue to respond swiftly and effectively to safeguarding lives and protecting our national interests. We remain the first responders in drought relief logistics and search and rescue operations. To enhance disaster management operations, the Defense Forces constitute a standalone climate change and disaster management department. This ensures dedicated commands, specialized training, and faster mobilization in support of civil protection efforts in line with your directive for a whole of government and whole of society approach to resilience. Zimbabwe continues to be a global leader in demining, having attained 97% minefield clearance. The cleared land is being handed over to communities for agricultural production, educational infrastructure development, and human habitats. As a people's force, from the people and for the people, we will continue collaborating with communities, building and refurbishing critical infrastructure, and responding decisively to disasters. It is through these sustained efforts that the Zimbabwe Defense Forces attained a citizen satisfaction index as high as 70%. As per your command, we are aggressively pursuing a self-reliance doctrine. The ministry is capitalizing on opportunities arising from the Second Republic's priorities, including infrastructure development, food and nutrition security, mining and power generation projects, thereby contributing to national development and economic growth. Your Excellency, as we mark the 46th Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day, we pledge our unshakable support, loyalty, and patriotism to your leadership as you steer the country towards a prosperous and empowered upper middle income society. By 2030, we remain committed to guaranteeing long-lasting peace and tranquility for the fulfillment of Vision 2030. Zimbabwe inyika yedu, takatsidza kuidziwirira neropa redu. Allow me also to take this opportunity to express our profound gratitude to the people of Zimbabwe for the faith they continue to bestow on us and the support they extend to us in the execution of our mandate. Indeed, safeguarding national peace and security requires the whole of society approach. Iwene niti nebasa rekudziwirira nyika yedu. At this juncture, Your Excellency, it is my singular honor and privilege to invite you, Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, to deliver your keynote address to the nation. Your Excellency said.
Director of Ceremonies, the First Lady Amai Mnangagwa, the Vice President, General Retired Dr. C.J.D.N. Chiwenga and Amai Chiwenga, the Vice President, Honorable General Retired Dr. K.C.D. Moadi, the Minister of Defense and Chairman of ZANU-PF, Honorable O.C.Z. Uchinguri Kashiri, the Minister of State for Harare Metropolitan Province, Honorable Charles Tavengwa, Speaker of Parliament, Advocate J.F. N. Mudenda, President of the Senate, Honorable Amai M.M. Shinomona, the Chief Justice, Justice Gwaunza, members of the Politburo Central Committee who are here, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, comrades and friends, the Chief Secretary to the President and Cabinet, Dr. Martin Rushwaya, Chairman of the Public Service Commission, Dr. Vincent Ungwe, Commander Defense Forces, General Ima Tatu, Commander Zimbabwe National Army, Lieutenant General Tafuma Nei, Commander Air Force of Zimbabwe, Air Marshal J.J. Zwede, Commissioner General, Zimbabwe Republic Police, Commissioner S. Mutamba, Commissioner General, Zimbabwe Prisons and Correctional Services, Commissioner Chovo, Director General, President's Department, Ambassador Chikawa, senior government officials, madzimambo edu vari pano nokuremekedzai, Your Excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps, veterans of the liberation struggle, Mayor of Harare, His Worship Councillor J. Mafume, invited guests, comrades and friends. It is my distinct honor to address the nation at this special occasion marking the 46th anniversary of the Defense Forces Day. Today, we stand strong as a united and peaceful country, with the Zimbabwe Defense Forces guaranteeing the harmony and tranquility that has become synonymous with the Second Republic. We cherish the manner our defense forces continue to execute their constitutional mandate of safeguarding and protecting the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of our beloved motherland, Zimbabwe. This achievement is anchored on the principles that guided the struggle for independence and our shared desire for self-determination and unity, peace and development. Upon attainment of independence in 1980, one of the immediate and fundamental duties was the creation of a national defense and security apparatus that reflected the aspirations of the majority black Zimbabwean people. I wish to congratulate our defense forces for living up to this national expectation, Makorokoto. Further, it is noteworthy that 46 years after independence, members of the defense forces continue to be inspired by the ethos and revolutionary spirit that guided our forebears. I implore you to maintain this enduring tradition. Well done, Makorokoto Amhlophe. My fellow countrymen and women, this year's theme, I quote, Zimbabwe Defense Forces guaranteeing peace and stability for the attainment of Vision 2030, end of quote, is befitting and timely. More so, that the 46th Zimbabwe Defense Forces Day commemorations are taking place at a time when global peace and security is threatened by unpredictable dynamics and a more turbulent international relations landscape. The ripple effects have seen far-reaching shocks in economies and societies across the world. In the face of the complex security threats and challenges, Zimbabwe is accordingly expediting the modernization of defense systems and capabilities. Through effective leadership, a holistic approach, robust strategies, and the policy systems, the national defense security environment has improved throughout the country. Our goal is to safeguard peace, stability, and the new national development trajectory through a realigned security architecture that reinforces progress and the realization of Vision 2030. Government is thus determined to consolidate the sense of strategic confidence in our national defense and security by building multi-layered defense and security success pathways in an intricate security space. Our focus is consolidating practical defense mechanisms to enhance combat effectiveness and readiness. Greater attention is now on improving coordination, increasing efficiency, as well as deploying science and technology while keeping the fundamental character and ethos of our military untouched. To further guarantee peace and stability for the attainment of Vision 2030, the Zimbabwe Defense Forces has a duty, therefore, to ensure a defense and security establishment that facilitates deeper integration and a stronger nexus between development and security. To achieve this objective, a competent and a well-trained defense personnel is a necessity. To date, I am pleased with the various training programs within the ZDF, which are cultivating high-caliber officials and officers who are loyal and patriotic, disciplined and professional. These will not only help propel the ongoing modernization thrust of the ZDF and our nation, but also ensure that the competence, combat capabilities, and reputation of the ZDF remain high in perpetuity. My government stands ready to increase support to the various categories of the training facilities within the ZDF. On its part, the military should boldly reconfigure training models and methodologies in a manner that optimizes the application of science and technology. We must strengthen cyberspace security and anticipate the impact of artificial intelligence. The relevant units should be strengthened or established where necessary to increase combat readiness in respect of contemporary military trends. As the ZDF, let us never shy away from transformation in line with our national interests through all-round reform, innovative ecosystems, self-reliance. Under my leadership, independence, self-reliance, sovereignty, which extends to all aspects, are key objectives of the Second Republic. In this respect, government stands ready to support the growth of a vibrant science and technology-driven national defense industry. On the sidelines of the recent graduation ceremony held at Zimbabwe National Defense University, I was pleased to be exposed to various groundbreaking security and defense-related innovation students. I invite stakeholders in the industry and security space to support such innovations towards eventual deployment and commercialization. Meanwhile, I congratulate the ZDF for the role it continues to play towards guaranteeing national food security. Comrades and friends, the ZANU-PF government is people-centered. Likewise, the sacred characteristics of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces as a people's army should never be tainted. The people of our great motherland in Zimbabwe remain at the core of our activities. I therefore commend the Defense Forces for continually strengthening civil-military relations and raising public awareness on the importance of the ZDF and national security as a whole. ZDF has undertaken community development projects such as the construction of additional schools and the health infrastructure in Rushinga, Buera, Gokwe, Mutasa North, and Harare, among others. These initiatives, along with numerous medical outreach programs in partnership with the Ministry of Health and Child Care, are applauded. Similarly, the Zimbabwe Defense Forces is a critical partner in the civil protection, disaster management, and risk reduction architecture. The ZDF is aiming to maintain the professional work which continues to positively impact the lives of our people across communities. To date, the responsibility for the clearance of landmines planted by the Rhodesian colonial forces at the height of the liberation struggle lies with us. Some tracts of land have remained economically inactive due to landmines, with a proportion of our population left vulnerable to landmines and other residual explosive devices of the War of Liberation. It is, however, encouraging that notable success has been realized in the demining exercise. My government will continue to mobilize resources to become a mine-free country, in keeping with the obligations set out under the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Treaty. I extend profound gratitude to partners who include the United Nations Development Programme, the Norwegian People's Aid, and the Mine Advisory Group for supporting ongoing efforts, enabling us to achieve impressive milestones. Zimbabwe Defence Forces National Mining Clearance Unity is commended for increasing the capacity and knowledge with regards to the mining clearance. Zimbabwe stands ready to share insights and experiences in mine action as part of contribution to a mine-free world and a shared sustainable development. My fellow countrymen and women, we are a friend to all and an enemy to none as Zimbabwe. My government is advancing diplomacy, multilateralism, and dialogue as sustainable pathways for shared prosperity and resolution of conflicts. Zimbabwe's election as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council for the period 2027 to 2028 is a tribute to our commitment to peace and security. We shall scale up advocacy for a just, fair, and equitable world order. Zimbabwe Defence Forces remains ready to second more members to United Nations, African Union, and SADC peace support missions. Currently, our brave officers, men and women of the security sector, they have done the nation proud through their high-level standards of professionalism, commitment to duty and discipline at the international forum. It is therefore pleasing that through military diplomacy, the ZDF is reaping the fruits of mutually beneficial relations with regard to external training exchange programs, skills enhancement, and promotion of interoperability. I want to congratulate the Air Force of Zimbabwe for their successful participation in the SADC exercise Blue Lungwashu, conducted in the Republic of Zambia. Congratulations. Zimbabwe is pleased to host the next edition of the exercise in 2027. Amazangu Zimbabweans. In line with the work ethic of the Second Republic, it is praiseworthy that ZDF is intensifying focus on problem solving, strategic planning, as well as more prudent defense expenditure management supervision. On its part, my government will continue to build and maintain an efficient as well as a high competent force with requisite attention to the welfare and condition of service for personnel. As Commander-in-Chief, I established a special facility to expand ZDF lift capability. The facility will be extended to other critical units to accelerate the upgrade and modernization of our national defense systems. Be assured that our forces will continue to play their part for an environment of peace and tranquility that facilitates an accelerated, irreversible economic growth trajectory towards Vision 2030. Let us remain inspired by our national philosophy, Nyika inovakwa, igotongwa, igonamatirwa. Hallelujah. Finally, I commend members of Zimbabwe Defense Forces for remaining steadfast, loyal, and patriotic, disciplined, and exemplary in the execution of their mandate. As the nation marches towards becoming a prosperous and empowered upper middle income society, I challenge ZDF to evolve, innovate, and adapt in line with the needs and national interests of our beloved motherland, Zimbabwe. Officers, men and women of Zimbabwe Defense Forces, the nation is proud of you. Sustain the momentum and keep up the good work that has earned you the status of dependable, professional, and a highly reputable force. We salute you. With these remarks, I wish the entire nation, officers, men and women of ZDF, an enjoyable and memorable 46th Defense Forces Day commemorations. Long live Zimbabwe Defense Forces! Long live our sovereignty! Long live our unity! Long live our peace! God bless you all. God bless Zimbabwe. I thank you.
Ngativarovere maoko zvekare. Mururu nemheterwa. Tinotenda Your Excellency and Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces nemashoko enyu echenjedzo anokurudzira uye nokusimbisa uto renyu. Thank you, Your Excellency. May we humbly request you, Your Excellency, to proceed to the saluting dais for the national anthem. Thank you.
Parade! Parade! Ta! No! Arms! permission to march past and off in column of route, Your Excellency. Arise! Who march back and off in column of
And the commemorations continue. Of course, we just witnessed His Excellency the President of Zimbabwe, who is also the Commander of Defense Forces, Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, giving his remarks where he commended the Zimbabwe Defense Forces for the great work that they have done through their corporate social responsibilities, among many other developmental projects that they've been involved in throughout the country. And for now, we are witnessing the march out of the parade as they prepare to pave way for the displays by the military. But now, here in the studio, I'm still with Lieutenant Ken Mafere to just give us highlights and update us on what is happening at the moment. Ken Mafere.
And of course, just Munya, we've just witnessed the speeches from, I think what was important, what we need to underline with the speeches that are, first of the speech that was given by the Minister, Honorable Minister of Defense, as well as the speech ultimately by the Commander-in-Chief and His Excellency. They captured really what we've been talking about, and they did tell us a lot about what the Zimbabwe Defence Forces is all about and what we have done for this year. Now what we're seeing is the parade marching off the square and of course giving way for some other activities that will be coming through after that. And we'll still have many other entertainment pieces coming through.
Yes, we've seen our mascot doing the displays. And now what is happening is the band. What is happening with the mascot?
Yeah, the mascot as well as the parade now marches off the square, and this is officially the end of the drills that we've been witnessing throughout this morning up to now. That then gives way to other activities. Like I'm telling you, right now we're witnessing shortly some displays that will be coming through, like we talked about in the morning. But I think it's important that we stay on our screen so that we see those without taking any thunder from them, and then we will describe them to you as they happen. But of course, they'll be coming through from the Air Force of Zimbabwe as well as the Zimbabwe National Army shortly after the parade leaves the square.
And of course, you're talking about some of the activities that are coming up. Can you just share with us what's going to be happening without taking the thunder, of course, like you're saying? We did also see the antics from the driver. The car was moving by itself and he was marching alongside the vehicle.
Oh, yes.
What other activities, exciting activities that have been lined up for today?
So we do have the jumps from the paratroopers. I think they'll be coming through any time from now. And we also have some musical performances from Japreza, Suleiman Chimbetu and Konangale. And we'll also be seeing a soccer match, like you said, in the afternoon between Zimbabwe Defence Forces Select Team and Namibia Defence Forces Select Team. So we are still here up until the late hours of the afternoon.
And we did hear the President commending the Zimbabwe Defence Forces on the great work that they've done through their corporate social responsibilities. What does that mean? Do you have there's Commander the Head of State and Government, also Commander of the Zimbabwe Defence Force, Commander-in-Chief of the Zimbabwe Defence Forces, commending the men and women in uniform on the great work that they've done?
It's really a milestone, and it's commendable. We feel proud as the Zimbabwe Defence Forces to be part of the nation's developmental trajectory as we go through the National Development Strategy 1 and 2. So the Zimbabwe Defence Forces is just doing the part to assist the rest of the nation to grow.
But for now we're going to be witnessing, let's just get to see our presenter Tawona, who was at Manyama Air Base with the paratroopers getting ready to take off and also jump off from at least 60,000 feet, which is about 3 kilometers high up the sky.
That you actually see them just jumping into the Faro Stadium. So well, just get ready with us.
So I just want us to talk about what we see is happening, and also tell us about the composition. Remember, you said that it's not only the skydivers from the Zimbabwe Defence Forces. What are we seeing on our screen?
You were seeing the preparation of the skydivers or the paratroopers to be coming through to the Faro Stadium where the main celebrations are taking place. But of course, like I said, we do have, as part of our paratroopers or our jumpers or our skydivers, we also have other people from the communities who are into this skydiving activity. We have notably the Harare Skydivers Association, who are also part of the jumpers and part of the procession.
Okay, and as we see on our screens there, the skydivers are preparing to take off from Manyame Airbase, and of course it's comprised of the Harare Skydivers Association and also the personnel from the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, who shall be diving from 6,000 feet high up the sky, which is about 3 kilometers high up the sky, landing at the Rufaro Stadium. And we also see another procession of the sky paratroopers driving all the way from Manyame Airbase, some coming from one commando which is along the airport road. So also we see that this requires expertise and serious concentration. What kind of training do these skydivers go through?
It does, of course, require a lot of planning and a lot of carefulness as you go through it. But another thing do as the Zimbabwe Defense Forces, like what Wing Commander Murewa alluded to earlier on, we do have over 100 trades within the ZDF. This is just one of them. All the trades, they require careful planning, they require people to be astute and to concentrate on whatever they'll be doing so that there are no accidents, there are no mistakes, and you do everything that you do to precision. That is the hallmark really of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces. But right now let me just go through and tell you some of the people who are comprising this exercise that we're going to be watching. It's being led by Air Lieutenant Clement Manyevere. And we also have W01, Warrant Officer Class 1, Honest Chava. We also have W02, Warrant Officer Class 2, Moyo Petros. We have Francis Chitsike, like I told you. He's from our civilian component who work with the ZDF on this particular one, as well as Colin Kalonga, W2 Gunda Moses, W2 Tembo Tinashe, Color Sergeant Dube T, and Color Sergeant Mundikona J. The drop zone safety officer, what we call the drop zone safety officer, is W2 Nyowani, Staff Fred, as well as Assistant Sergeant Chikove Elliott, and the pilots who are going to be carrying these guys into the theater of operation is Group Captain Bamba, as well as Wing Commander K. Munenga.
But for now, we're now at Rufaro Stadium, where we are going to witness, the procession has just arrived, and we're going to witness the military displays and military parade. It's just left there, as we have witnessed, which marks also the end of the parade, where we saw them marching off the ground, which signals the end of the drills. But there are so many activities that are lined up. Lieutenant Colonel, would you want to comment on what we should be looking forward to, especially from the procession that has just arrived at the venue at Rufaro Stadium?
So this is just briefly an explanation of how like you see, there is the Zimbabwean conical tower in the lower bed, and we do have those troops or soldiers who are protecting the conical tower. This tells us, or translates to how much as Zimbabwe Defense Forces we are committed and very serious about defending the airspace that is called Zimbabwe. And of course, we will defend it with everything that we do have. Besides that, we also have a lot of other activities that will come after the conical tower. We do have, like we talked about, engineers, their efforts to do demining, and right now we're witnessing the coming in of what we call the platoons. Remember, Munya, we talked about the ranks structure in the ZDF earlier on. This is the platoons from the different formations. The first one that you see in front, there is a platoon from 2 2 infantry brigades, which is the one that covers really Mashonal and Province. And the second one is a platoon of paratroopers, or our paratroopers, the ones who are going to be doing those jumps like we talked about. And then the one that comes after that is a platoon from Command Regiment.
And those ones in the back?
Like I said, the first platoon in front, you see the insignias as represented by those flags that they're flying there. The first one is from 2 infantry brigade, which is an infantry platoon. What we are basically trying to portray here, what we are portraying rather, is the lifestyle or the paces that we go through every day as we train, as we go through the paces of defending the space of Zimbabwe.
But for now, let us take you back to Manyama, where the paratroopers are saying grace before they take off to display what they know best as a highly expected at Rufaro Stadium, where they're going to be dropping off from at least 6,000 feet, 3 kilometers high up the sky. And we have Tawana there talking to one of the paratroopers who's going to be jumping off from the sky.
Also, it helps me with the routine. Yesterday I jumped. Yes. Gives me a pre-map of yesterday's jump, gives me the flight, it records all the jumps and everything. Then this one is an outfit. Each time we are sitting here, also it measures altitude. It's a digital one, this one.
This is actually interesting.
Yes. Then coming to the parachute.
Yes.
This one, this is my life.
You said you've been doing this for how long?
15 years.
15 years.
Yes. At the top, is the reserve. Downwards, the main canopy.
What's the main canopy?
Main canopy, that's the one that you fly.
Now, what we're seeing on the screen, what is happening? They are preparing to take off?
They've just finished going through their paces, and now they're preparing for taking off into the skies and going to the heights that you talked about earlier, which is 6,000.
Let's hear from Tawana, his experience from high up the sky.
You're not going to be jumping, but you're going to be seeing the jumping now. You make sure you stay tuned to ZBC TV. Rufaro Stadium, here we come.
And the paratroopers might land at any moment as they're preparing to take over. But Lieutenant Colonel, what are we seeing on our screens?
Yes, I was saying the procession that we talked about earlier. Now we're seeing the armored personnel carriers, the vehicles that do carry the troops into the operational theater or into the battle theater as they go through their paces. There's something peculiar about these vehicles. Of course, they are self-inflating. Toreuti kana akaponja zvazviya, they will quickly anozvipombera ega mweya odzokera into the theater of battle. We also have another vehicle that we are showcasing this year that uses all kinds of fuels, be it petrol, diesel. As long as it has at least 20% of diesel in its tank, it will be able to use JTA1, it will be able to use paraffin, it can use petrol, it can use any other form of petrol that of fuel that you can think about. So this is basically, in short, this is what we are showcasing today. But there's something I wanted to bring your attention to, Munya. You realized that Tawana there actually took to the skies with the skydivers, and you saw how at the Zimbabwe Defense Forces we actually take time to explain ourselves to members of the public. This is the message that we want to put across this year, that the Zimbabwe Defense Force is a people's defense force. It is a force that is there to protect the airspace, the land space of the country, but at the same time, we also need to demystify ourselves as much as possible, explain, like Tawana, they casually getting notes on how to fly. I'm hoping you also be able to do a jump as they get to Rufaro Stadium. And of course, the Zimbabwe Defense Forces is a people's
the jump, you meant our crew or the skydivers?
Tawana, they seem so interested about jumping, so I'm hoping they will give him the opportunity to do that. Now,
can you describe some of this equipment that we see? Is that a tanker?
Yeah.
Can you describe it?
That's
the tanker. We see the tankers there. We see many other equipment getting to the venue with the procession. We just wanted to have an appreciation of our. Is that an anti-air? Is that called an anti-air?
That is a BM-21. It's an artillery piece, and the BM-21 is from artillery brigade. Because the BM-21 is fitted with a 122 millimeter Mouthpill rocket launcher, better known as the BM-21. Like I said, the most interesting feature about this vehicle, like I was telling you before, Monya, is the fact that it is
for air defense.
Versatile. It is for attacking using artillery pieces.
Okay.
The air defense piece will come later on, but this one is versatile enough to be able to use all kinds of fuels, like I told you before, paraffin, Jet A1, as long as the mixture within the
and
vehicle.
what is that one?
The air
that
defense
piece
that you see now. That's the air defense piece that we see now, and of course that's a 37 millimeter anti-air machine gun, which can complete a 360-degree rotation. And of course, the gun can engage aerial targets such as enemy aircraft, other unidentified flying objects within our aerial space. And its secondary role is actually to engage ground targets and sea landing vessels. It can be operated by a crew of 10. And you also note that the girl child is equally represented. I think you saw the lady who was controlling the piece there is actually a girl child.
And what we are seeing being
now this
carried
is
in that holy structure.
This is the Zimbabwe Engineers Corps, and what we're seeing, ladies and gentlemen, now is the fact that we do have bricklayers, we do have painters, we do have plumbers, and as you witness they've worked tirelessly to build the following community projects, or those that have been mentioned by His Excellency and the Honorable Minister of Defense. The model structure that we see there is a structure of a classroom block that was recently constructed by Zimbabwe Engineers Corps at Dumisa and commissioned by the Commander of Zimbabwe National Army, Lieutenant General Tafumanei. The intervention has brought relief to the school, really, and learners who were walking for some 10-15 kilometers through a game park in search of education now have the school very close to them. Additionally, our engineers and deminers are removing landmines in the Dumisa general area. It shall be depicted with just a little snippet that will be coming, that will be done by students from Dumisa Secondary and Dumisa Primary School. And Samo Primary School and Queenie Primary School as well, all from Dumisa, were beneficiaries of. So the depiction there is just what we have done on the actual ground, but we've decided to take it to Rufaro Stadium today so that we can show the general public. That one that you see in yellow and a blue roof is the structure that the Zimbabwe Defense Forces built in Dumisa, and we'll be having some dancers who will be reinforcing this. These are some of the mines and the hardware that was used by the Rhodesian Front to defray liberation war fighters to come into Zimbabwe. And these are the ones that we talked about, that they are laid all over our border areas, especially along the border with Mozambique. And our deminers have actually gone through, I think we had the Commander-in-Chief and the President of the Republic mentioning the fact that our deminers are active on the ground to remove particularly those mines and take them off so that the land can be used for other activities.
Okay, and can you also just could you describing some of the equipment that we just witnessed as coming in with the procession? You were talking about the run plate. What is it called? We used to call it a stair in similar terms. What are they called?
Which one? Well, what we saw was like I was now there. We just witnessing the little snippet that is being done by students from Dumisa. But what we have seen in short is we've seen the Mounted Regiment coming through. We've seen the presidential guards.
Okay, we continue that conversation, but for now we want to take you up high up the skies where Tawona is with the skydivers who are preparing to take off and probably land at Rufaro Stadium. And now what we have just witnessed are paratroopers, of course, getting off that plane, preparing to land at Rufaro Stadium from at least 6,000 feet. Wing Commander, what is the process that we just witnessed? What is the display that we have just witnessed there?
Okay, first that was the procession of the army, the ground procession. And then what you also saw was the paratroopers that are coming in. They are preparing to land hopefully by half one. They'll have landed in the Rufaro Stadium. You saw them preparing. The altitude meters, the jumping suits, and their glasses. So effectively, like said before, it's thorough practice and thorough training, quite a number of rehearsals. You know, in the military, we believe in rehearsals and rehearsals and rehearsals until you get something perfect. So they've quite rehearsed for the day, and they're in a Casa 212 being flown, and they'll very soon, I think, they'll be in the Rufaro Stadium.
So how many paratroopers do we have today?
I think about 15.
15 skydivers. Okay. Is this in the composition?
Yes, they're led by Lieutenant Manyevere. You saw he's got about 1,153 jumps. He's done it before. He's quite experienced. I think the guy with the paratrooper with the least jumps is got about 573 jumps. But suffice to say, most of them would have about over 1,000 jumps. They've done this so many times.
Okay, before they land, you said that we're going to have other aero displays, and what are those?
We're going to have other aero displays. The K-8s will come in a diamond formation. We'll have the SF-260 aircraft that also come in a V formation. Then we'll have the helicopters who also do their formation as they fly over Rufaro Stadium.
And why is it important for the Air Force of Zimbabwe to be displaying these skills?
Well, it's our day to day. It's our day to day Zimbabwe Defence Forces, and as part of Zimbabwe Defence Forces, we should also show the general public what we do, we do, and what we fly, how we work in protecting our nation.
And of course, many people are wondering, 3 kilometers high up the sky is quite a distance, and how safe is this process?
Well, it's a static line jump. A parachute is very safe. It has brakes, the brakes and everything. So that's why you see them come to land, on bottom of brake and everything. It's quite safe.
And amongst the ones that are going to be doing the aero military displays, like you mentioned earlier on, are we going? Do we have female pilots today?
Yes. We have steamer, squadron leader steamer. We have Lieutenant Chuma, squadron leader steamer. She's on the SF-260. Lieutenant Chuma, she's on the Ellis. We could have some.
So people just want to have an appreciation of the Air Force of Zimbabwe. We know they're familiar with the Zimbabwe National Army. They know what happens there. But can you just tell us in brief, in terms of the ones that will go for the pilot trainings, the ones that go for the skydiving trainings, what other disciplines or areas or rather detachments are in the Air Force of Zimbabwe?
Let's say if you look at the core, we look at the pilots. For pilots, we recruit for those between the ages of 18 to 22. They would have done maybe probably MPC or science subjects at A level, and then they would have passed their A level subjects. Then also for aircraft technician, we do the same. They between the ages of 18 and 22. Then we have the air traffic controllers. The air traffic controllers also, they need to pass a science subject, and you become an air traffic controller. Then we have the combat controllers. The combat controllers, they control from the aircraft on ground. They try to, it's an integrated air defense system where they control from the missiles, the aircraft and so forth during combat. And then we have the paratroopers. The paratroopers, we train first, basically military training. What you can see on the screen is a military wedding. We do have military weddings. So they're showcasing that as a military personnel, we do have such type of military weddings. I mean, they can offer you, it doesn't mean that you have both have to be soldiers. One can be soldier, the other. And
this is peculiar just to the men and women in uniform. Or you can, like you're saying, if none of us are from the ZDF, are we able to access the service?
If you are none of you are from the ZDF, you can have that as the horses, the carriage, but you won't wear the uniform. But if one is in uniform, one wears the uniform, the other doesn't wear the uniform.
We did witness some of the military personnel. They are working with dogs.
Yes.
What is that process, and what do they use them for?
Our dogs, we have quite a number of things or issues that we employ our dogs for, from sniffing drugs, sniffing on ordnance, trekking. Even guarding, so yeah, they're quite well trained dogs.
Okay, so you were explaining before we switched to Rufaro Stadium. You were explaining a little bit on some of the aerial displays, and we know that what modern aircraft do we have in Zimbabwe?
When you say modern aircraft, it's quite
okay,
a
what type of aircraft do we have that are going to be? But for now, before we continue that conversation, let us follow the proceedings from Rufaro Stadium.
Until we meet next time. We are now handing over to the Air Force of Zimbabwe.
Brace yourselves for some interlude. Konangale, are you there? Are we ready for Konangale? Konangale, take us.
That is what is happening at Rufaro Stadium. Of course, we are preparing for the landing of the skydivers that have just left the plane there from about 6,000 feet, which is about 3 kilometers high up the sky. But for now, we are taking you to Matabele North in Wange, where they are having the celebrations, the same celebrations that are happening simultaneously across all the country's 10 provinces and also in the country's 63 districts across the country.
Coming from you live from Somkholo Stadium in the Lupane district of Matabeleland, North Province, venue for 2026 Defence Forces Day celebrations. A sizable number of people is already in the stadium with various expectations. Let's hear what some of them have to say. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
What are some of your expectations today?
Namhlanje ngikhalele amasotsha ematsha, imusic, ama-prison, labantu bonke nje bebuthene khona lapha sijabule sindawona.
Thank you, ma'am. We are also joined by yet another lady to hear what she is expecting today. Good morning, ma'am. Skona linjani. What are some of your expectations today?
Namhlanje ngikhangelele okuningi kakhulu okukhulu kakhulu ngoba ngiyaqala ukufika lapha. So ngikhangelele ukubona lama masotsha ematsha lokufunda izinto eziningi elizwe lakithi eZimbabwe into engizikhangeleleyo. Kuningi nje ngiyazi ngizafunda okuningi elizwe lakithi okuningi angikwazi lami. Ngoba sesisuka sisemalizweni angaphandle okuningi siyakwazi elizweni lakithi.
Ngifuna ukubona amasotsha ematsha edlala lebhora.
That's the story here so far at Somkholo Stadium here in Lupane district of Matabeleland, North Province. People have various expectations of this day. Some looking forward to football match, some looking forward to soldiers marching, some looking forward to good music from the...
Thank you very much. That is the update coming from Matabele North. But for now, let's just see what is happening in the Midlands province, where Wellington Makone will give us an update on what has transpired so far, where the guest of honor, Honorable Owen Ncube, is presiding over the proceedings.
It's a day-way display of military precision, patriotism and national pride here at Chawanda Stadium is at stake as the Midlands province joins the rest of the country in commemorating Defence Forces Day. This occasion provides an opportunity to recognize the men and women of the ZDF and their contribution to safeguarding the country's sovereignty, peace and national security. And yes, of course, as people are still trooping in, the ceremonial program is expected to feature the parade and inspection of the Guard of Honor, military displays, cultural performances and messages marking the significance of this day. So for this year's celebrations, it comes as government continues to emphasize the role of ZDF beyond their conventional security methods, including disaster response, national development and community service, of course. The provincial celebrations also underscore the Second Republic's drive to decentralize national events, bring them closer to communities across the country. So this is what we have for now, but thrills are expected as the day progresses. Back to the studio.
That's the update coming from the Midlands province, and of course we are reliably informed that of course it was a bumper crowd at Chawanda Stadium in the Midlands province. But for now, we just want to see what is happening at Rufaro Stadium, where we see the skydivers. One of them must have landed. That should be Lieutenant Clement Manyewere. And of course, that is what is happening. Of course, that band serenading the fans here as they prepare for other military displays. We hear that we're going to have, like you were saying, that aero displays, and we hear that we have the helicopter fly past. What can you describe that?
Okay, the ember section of the helicopters is the Augusta Bell 412. We have the pilots there, Squadron Leader Luciano and Flight Lieutenant Chuma. Then the engineer is Flight Sergeant Takudzwa. They will fly over Rufaro Stadium in formation. And also as part of the helicopter crew, we have part of the helicopters, we have the answered helicopters that will have Group Captain Shepard Poso and Flight Lieutenant Mshonga Handi. We also have another helicopter that answered manned by Wing Commander Soda and Flight Lieutenant Mhlanga. Then also the other Augusta Bell by Group Captain Ruende and Wing Commander Chingwa. These are the helicopters.
So at the moment, what are they doing?
At the moment, as you can see on the screen, they're doing checks. Before liftoff, they do checks to see if everything is in order with the aircraft.
Oh, okay. So you were talking about the formation.
They're checking the rotors, checking the baggage compartments. Everything should be in order, because you can't afford for things to be in disarray.
You did highlight the issue of highlight the issue of different formations. And now the first one, the Presidential Salute, you say it was diamond formation. Yes. And now this helicopter formation, what is it, and what is the significance of it?
When they're having a formation, one is for coordination, closeness and coordination, and in combat is for support. This is why there are formations in flying, even there are formations on ground as well. So a formation is necessary for coordination and control during such displays. And
now this process, what is it? Before they take off, they have these
They have a briefing.
Okay, what are they for?
Before takeoff, they have a briefing, what they're going to do. First, they need to visualize what they're going to do. They do it on ground. They do before they take off to do it when they're airborne. So they first have to discuss.
And the safety?
The safety, the distance between aircraft, the altitude between aircraft, and many other issues are discussed.
Oh, okay, so basically the process is very safe.
It's very safe, yes. The lead pilot will tell them time. They also code the time. They've got initial points or where right now where we are, we're on time. The next point, are we on time? Then the next point, they're in. They run through.
We just witnessed a part of the crew that left Manyame Air Base with the skydivers and paratroopers. Yes. How long does it take before they can? Of course, we saw some of them taking off and some leaving the plane, preparing. How long does it take for them to fly the 3 kilometers from the time they leave the plane to?
Okay, fine. It depends on the individual. You'll see, for instance, Matsike. Mr. Matsike is formerly of the Air Force, but is now with the Skydivers Club. At times he does aerobatics before he lands. So it really depends on the individual. But we try to compress that they should do everything within 10 minutes.
It doesn't have any implications on safety?
On safety, no. He's safe. He's doing it for fun and he's done it so many times.
So how are they able to tell their landing spot from at least 3 kilometers? Do you have some kind of coordination?
There's the ground crew. There's a ground crew. On ground there's a ground crew that shows where the landing spot is and where they're coming. They can see it from their distance. And also they also have a GPS where they've coordinated with the point to where they're going to.
Oh, okay. So from the time they take off and from the time they drop off, approximately what time?
From the time they take off, approximately, let's just give them about 15 minutes. Because they have to fly over the drop zone.
So you are allowed to spin and do everything that you deem necessary just for the entertainment sake, and there is no any other implications to it, as long as you are able to...
Yes, as long as they're able to land.
So we see some of them, leaving the plane without even opening the... Is there any?
Well, that's a free fall.
Okay.
That's a free fall. Call it a free fall. It's done at very high altitude. So you get out of the plane. Then it's at a certain altitude. That's when you pull your parachute and you open.
Can you just comment on what's happening now?
That's the helicopter taking off for Faro.
And what's going to be happening? Will they take off?
Will they take off? Like I said, they've got initial points or landmarks that they have.
What type of an airplane is that?
That's an Ansat helicopter.
Ansat?
Ansat, yes.
Oh, okay. What are they the same ones that you use for the evacuations?
Yes, like this one. This is a B412. The Ansat are recently now in inventory.
Of course, this is the explanation that is coming in from our wing commander, who's giving us the explanation of what is happening at the moment. Wing commander, you were just explaining on some of the aero displays, and you're saying that from any time from now we're going to be seeing those skydivers landing at Rufaro Stadium. And can you describe some of these antics that you were talking about, which they can display before they land and the safety thereof?
Okay, fine. The times, depending on, they can have a smoke canister. Sometimes they land with blue smoke, yellow smoke, red smoke, canister tied on one of the legs. They can have flags. If companies want to advertise, they can approach the Air Force of Zimbabwe. Like on this day, on a very big day, you can have your flag. Suppose a ZBC flag. We land with your advertise your ZBC flag on such a day.
And now the paratroopers, as we witness them all the skin. What can you technically, what do you call that when they leave the plane?
Technically, when they leave the plane,
it's called what? Like when they diving.
They're not diving.
And what do you have a military technical term for that?
Yes, there is a technical term, but just slip now. Just slip now. But
okay. So what we are seeing on screen, is it attached to the skydiver?
Yes, it's a camera. It should be a GoPro camera attached to the skydiver.
Okay.
As it's coming down. That's the aerial view of Harare.
Oh, okay. So can you just describe some of the rescue mechanisms that you guys would put in place in case it develops a malfunction?
Oh, in case this patch develops a malfunction, there is a substitute parachute that he has. That's also in his brake that he pulls when this one does. When that he pulls as a substitute when the main parachute malfunctions.
Okay. Do you have a sequence of who is going to die first, or?
Yes. The sequence is, the first one is Lieutenant Manyevere. He's with the Zimbabwean flag. He's got 1,620 jumps under his belt, and we have the national flag.
Can you describe all of them?
Then we have one of Samuel Petros. He has his Royal Defense Forces flag. He has 1,455 jumps.
Okay.
We have Warrant Officer 1 Honest Java. He has 1,540 jumps. You have Francis Chisike. He has 1,608 jumps. We have Colin Kalonga. He has 1,225 jumps.
Interesting. We actually went to school together with Chisike, so I'm actually excited on his behalf.
Okay, yeah. It's quite enough with the skydiver. Then we have Warrant Officer 2 Gunda. He's got 1,156 jumps.
And let's just hear what Tawona is saying there, giving us his experience on the paratroopers that have just left the plane there. It looks like he's now alone in the plane. Everyone has left and they've jumped off. And you were describing the personnel that will be skydivers.
I thought like what my fellow Lieutenant Colonel Bafere said. We'd hoped Tawona to join the paratroopers on a tandem jump.
Okay, so you were on Francis Chisike, and you said Colin?
Colin Kalonga, 1,225 jumps.
You were talking about the safety, and what are those guys doing?
Those are the drop zone officers.
Okay.
As you can see, there's a wind sock that shows the direction of the wind, and that arrow shows how the direction of the wind and which way they should come in.
Oh, okay. Do you have names?
Yes, the names is just
the drop zone safety officers.
It's Warrant Officer Nyowan, popularly known as Nyonso. He's a singer as well.
Okay.
And he's with Sergeant Chukwu Elliott.
Sergeant Chukwu Elliott. Oh, okay. But for now, let's just get back to Tawona so that he can explain to us and give us the feel of the sky and the experience that he has just had high up the sky.
Stadium. This is super fun, so make sure that next year you're there at the Defense Force celebration so that you do not miss out on all the fun that we get to see and have right here.
You were explaining the skydivers and their expertise. Can we have more? I see Wing Commander 2 Gunda Moses. You're describing the
Warrant Officer 2 Gunda. Warrant Officer Gunda.
It's Warrant Officer
2.
Yes.
When we talk of the jumps, we're talking of the number of jumps that they've done.
Okay.
They
So
can be in training or operational jumps.
Oh, okay. So maybe you can give us his profile.
Yes. When we talk of these jumps, the 1,445 jumps, we're talking of some jumps are within the operational area, some jumps are during training. So it's quite a risky business. I mean, well, they do it properly and they've done it so well. They are quite experienced. And jumps, and if you want to learn how to jump, you have to go and visit them, and they'll tell you all the nitty-gritty about jumping.
And there's Gunda Moses.
There's one also Gunda Moses. Then we have Honest Chava.
No, I mean the profile of Gunda.
Gunda Moses has got what?
Maybe we can start with Tembo Tinashe.
Tembo Tinashe, yes. Yes, is a warrant officer. So when you get to the rank of a warrant officer, you would have gone through, you're in the non-commissioned members corps. You would have gone through all the stages in the non-commissioned. You're just left with being in warrant officer class 1. So suffice to say, from the time he was a private and then to the time he's now a warrant officer, he's quite some experience and he's done a lot of jumps.
So we were talking about that safety. We can see, as we can see them.
You can see them.
Are those the skydivers or are
those are the helicopters that are inbound.
And you're talking about what formation?
You can see them. The information that's the VIC formation as they're coming in.
VIC formation. And what is that?
It's like a V, like
one is a big formation.
Yes.
Oh, okay. You were saying that this is nothing to do with anything else but
coordination
and safety of the pilots.
Yes.
Okay. So besides this formation, what other formations are there? Besides the diamond one, you said the
diamond formation. There's the trail formation. There are quite a number.
Trail.
Okay.
Can you describe that first?
The trail formation, maybe one aircraft behind another, like maybe in a single line. So we'll call it a trail formation. With diamond, trail, VIC. There's one when they're side by side. I'm forgetting the name as well, but they're all formations as well.
So these planes are just flying past. They're not landing in Rufaro Stadium.
They're not landing in Rufaro Stadium.
Okay. So these military displays, would you want to maybe describe some of the equipment that we witnessed earlier on?
Like today, like I mentioned, with the Ansat helicopters. If you remember the Ansat helicopters. The ambulance is also, from those are Ansat helicopters as well. So with the AB412, which has been used in quite a number of rescue missions.
So for now, let us follow some of the proceedings from Rufaro Stadium.
Search and rescue. Community. Tinochengetedza runyararo ndovunga paguruve vanotipupurira takauya amunyepe then vanga vari pacyclone idai vanotaura sakare saka chichange chichiitika slai vachauya vanonzi ember section ndo zvatinoti zvikopokopo kana vaya vanoziva aliki machesa achiti chikopokopo chiripo nhasi ndo tiri kuvirewa Before 1 2 yes chirega unzwe chaterwa nevatinoti tiger section icho vakomana vani vakabata inonzi SM26 inobuda nepa Italia waziva kuchatera yatinoti venom section chinzwa unzwe wakata chirungu shushu vanoziva kuti uturu hunenge wauya mafaita yedu yayo vachava vane munonzi mukarakoram 8 rumbi karakoram 8 yes yakabva nepa China inonzi karakoram 8 ndikufunga kuti rumbi ambotaura nechirungu avaudze kuti tati kudii
amuzi makundisa pamawane here mimi
kwete rumbi.
So we're excited. We're about to just get a fly past Tirhuya in the next few minutes, and we'll be seeing quite a number of aircrafts. Tanzitine Augusta Bell 412. Ndeipi futi imwe ndege?
Kazakh answered.
Kazakh answered. Chauya futi. Ndeipi futi imwe?
Kuchauya inonzi CI Marisheti 260.
CI Marisheti 260.
Amen.
Amen.
Kazanganisa chirashieni vanhu vamwari. Ndikazanganisa chiitalian ndikazoti karakoram Chinese Nditire Hamen.
Tinoti Hamen munhu waMwari.
Mwechiti kuZDF hakuna akafunda.
Variko.
But zvinorevei zvamuri kutaura izvi nekuti muri kutaura kuti pane maItalians, pane maRussians, muneka kubatana here kamunoita nedzimwe nyika.
Rumbi usanyanya kutaurisa ndege dzako yavarubereki
tirambe takatarisa nechekuVietnam stand uko. Tichaona ndo kuchange kuchipinda ndege dzedu.
Dzichiuya vakomana.
Tarisa uone.
Ember section.
Looking from the Vietnam stand. Ladies and gentlemen.
Aripa leader anonzi squadron leader Luciano. Aina flight lieutenant Chuma. Flight engineer. Flight sergeant Chomutigi Ditakudzwa. Achiterwa na group captain Shepard Poso. Aina flight lieutenant Gabriel Mshokahande.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Baba Emba. Baba Emba. Baba Emba. Baba Emba.
We are just starting. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning.
Saka iyi yamaona iyi ndoye imwe inobatsira paya panenge paitika madisaster.
Ichokwadi ndofunga Augusta Bell 412 takaiona kunzvimbo yeidai, takaiona zvakare kuna Munyati, takaiona kumuzarabani, tichienda tichinoita rescue vanhu vanenge vamanikidzwa. Rega tinzwe vamwe.
Pane zvinenge zviri kuitika.
Kwanzi munhu waMwari pane zviri kuitika. Yauya Tiger section.
Tiger section. Ladies and gentlemen.
Tungamirirwa na squadron leader Stima na flight lieutenant Chikari. Achiterwa na Ndavezide Ntube. Achiterwa na Kalongo. Kwazotera captain Kamocheka. Baba Tiger.
Vanozita vakomana.
Iyo pedo.
Vakomana vemajeka.
Auya majeka. Away wheel. Away wheel.
Gentlemen.
Maoko.
Chakachaya.
The Venom.
Ona kaslai.
Mama.
Tanzwa nekuvunzwa.
Baba.
Pana ari kubvunzwa kuti munani?
Ndiani arimo?
Kune vana veZimbabwe. Isusu tine mapilots. Tine matechnicians. Vana chiremba. Vanobika. Vanotaurisa sensor.
Vanodriver.
Vese
varimo.
Pana ari ane mubvunzo izvezi. Kuti nhai mukoma munotora rini?
Vatoriko anetsamba sabhuku muhomwe izvezvi. Ari kuti munotora rini?
Munotora rini?
Inini ndiri kuda kutotorwawo mukoma.
Saka wegu recruiting office yeManyame. Vatsanangurire zvakuda kuitika slide.
Tiri kutarisira iko zvino munguva pfupi inoteera tichaona isusu ndege yerudzi rwekasa 212 ichiti approacha zvakare iri kubva iyo paManyame ichauya yoita running in, then yapedza izvozvo ichaclimba yoenda iyo pa 6,000 feet above the ground. Panova ipo pari kubudira maparatroopers edu vachinge vadropa pa 6,000 vachauya ivo voskovhura the lowest man ari kuvhurira pa 3,000. Saka ndiri kuti chii kubva ku 6 kusvika pa 3 anenge ari muarch position achiuya achiteerera mhepo ndivo vakomana vanenge vachitunga gore nemusoro kuriti bha richiti mwa.
But Sly, 6,000 feet, how many kilometers are those?
I should be.
6,000 feet is literally close to 3 kilometers.
3 kilometers.
Up in the sky.
Yes.
Close to 3 kilometers from the sky. But you are lenda mu drop zone.
Yes.
We call this the drop zone.
Drop zone.
Aro changa chichigadzirwa pakati apo mu stadium umu. Munofana unzwisisa kuti aro yoyo is the running in direction of the aircraft, which is 340 degrees north. Antika?
Yes, 340.
And now we're looking at the flags that are here. They'll be using these flags.
Yes.
Why do they need to see these flags? Because it's not a wind sock.
Yes.
And why do they need to know this? Because they have to land into wind.
Sei zvichinzwaro tinozviitira isusu kuti paratrooper asalenda into wind nokuti akapinda into wind parachute yake rinenge rine speed yakawandisa. Pamusoro paizvozvo control yake inenge isina kumira zvakanaka. Saka iye akaita downwind downwind ndo yandareva kana ya into wind ndo yatiri kudaka ndo yatakamirira apa anofanirwa kuitarisa. Downwind inomurwadza speed yakawanda parachute hakwanise kuri controller. Regai ndidzoke zvakare nini pamhando yendege. Ndege yandataura inonzi iyo kasa 212 nhasi unoyu ichange ichi hatingati kudrive waka aiwa hakusi kudrive waka ina pilot vanova ivo ekomoto bamba ndo vanayo vanova pilot. Co-pilot wavo vanoitwa wing commander Munenga.
Yes, and then we've also got my drop zone safety officers. Vanenge vari muground umkomeka sure kuti zvinhu zvese zviri kufamba zvakanaka. We've got drop zone safety officer which is led by warrant officer class 2 Stanyowani.
Sora Ibata. Maivaziva vakapinda national sports vobva vasiya vati Zora Ibata. Nasi ndiwo dropping zone safety officer warrant officer class 2 Nyonzo Nyowani.
And he's got 1,500 jumps to his
name.
And he's being supported by Sergeant Elliot Chikore, varipo imomo mu drop zone, nevamwe vatiri navo ma-active skydivers, vasiri kujamba, and tinoziva kuti tinana zvitsike zviviri.
Rega ndipinde pazvitsike.
One chitsike plus one chitsike equals
2 zvitsike. Tine zvitsike zviviri. Zvitsike izvi zvinojamba. Tina Francis, retired warrant officer Chitsike Francis. Tina Elijah Chitsike Brian. Zvitsike zviri zviviri. Nhasi patine 1 chitsike.
Tine 1 chitsike nhasi.
Chiri munomu. Then chimwe chichange chichibururuka. Saka 2 zvitsike zvatinazo. Sakare
tina warrant officer futi class 2 Ngore, tinova chairman isusu kwatinova sachigaro sei chichiva chairman pane pavakambojamba vakapinda mumacheya tabva tatanga kuva chairman.
Tine zvakare vamwe vakambojamba handichatauri zita ravo vakapinda kudanga renguruve takavati popo handa. Tinoda kutenda isusu nhasi muri kundoona ndine musikana rumbidzai takawira vazhinji munomuziva musikana uyu takamutora kuButler skydivers club pamanyame apa izvezvi musikana ane 8 jumps.
Ndine 8 jumps hangu ndichirira kuwedzera ndisvikewo pa 1.5 dzava Stanyowana, but vanhu havadi believe kana chitaura kuti ndine 8 majumps.
Havasi kubhilivha.
Havasi kundiziva vanozoona pasocial media handi
kuti anotojamba naye. Regai ndikumbire ndakaona zhinji patinoita maparadrops. Our first lady.
Yes.
Amai doctor.
Yes.
Vanenge vachiafarira vachisumuka. Ndiri kuda kuti kana makasununguka uyai kuButler skydivers tiriko amai kana muchida kujamba uyai tinokujambisai.
Vanenge vari skydiver manyama. And pilot edu aripo nhasi kaSly.
Yes.
We have group captain Elbamba. Ndivo pilot vedu.
Yes.
Vana co-pilot wing commander K Munenga.
Yes.
And we also have a medical team that's on the ground because
medical
we
team
have to make sure
hey.
everything is done safely.
Yes.
We are led ably by our doctor, Flight Lieutenant Nyamurundira, who is supported by Warrant Officer Class 2 Mukara. We also have an ambulance tech there. We have Flight Sergeant Machumi, and we also have another nurse, Sergeant Sibanda. And we also have supporting ground staff, manesizi, physio, make sure kuti pakangoitika anything, mukaona anenge atikware, panenge pane support. Skydiving, iyo paratrooper, it's generally a safe sport if you follow rules and directions. And we're making sure that they will be following the rules and directions of the game.
Yes, tinotenda ipapo chokwadiwa taura chinhu chakanaka. Skydiving haina chakaoma pairi. Musaitya zvenyu. Tinoziva kuti vanhu vakawanda vanoti the sky is the limit. Kwatiri isusu the ground is the limit. Because if we go up, we always come back to the ground. Saka ndo nhau iripo, the ground is the limit. Majambas vatinao nhasi, regai nditange inini na first jamba wedu, anova Lieutenant Clement Manyevere, baba wa Kiki, ane majamps mangani.
Baba Kiki, Chibaba, Chambers.
Yes.
Antika. He's a paratrooper. He also happens to be the officer commanding parachute training school at the Air Force of Zimbabwe. And he has 1,620 jumps to his name.
Inzwa unzwe 1,620 jumps to his name. Kureva kuti iwo kubva vachitanga kujamba kusvika nhasi vane 1,620 jumps. Anotevera iye ndi-school warrant officer class 1 honesty chabva vanozviti chief zimuto.
Tinovati chikandamina.
Chikandamina.
Vane 1,540 jumps. Plus vanoita futi zvemashanana futi.
Waita zvakanaka. Varume ava ndiana sensei, ana shifu.
And then we also have Warrant Officer Class 2 Petros Moyo, Tunoti Moxela Firefox.
Yes.
He has 1,455 jumps. Vaka jump baka 1,455 times. Muupenyu wavo.
Ndimoxela ivavo, vanonzivo Moyo, Petrosi. Vachange vachiuya ivo, vari pa number 3. Zvakare Moyo Petrosi, tichamona achiflya iye flag yeZimbabwe Defense Forces ndiye achanga akaitakura. Tina retired warrant officer Chitsike Francis chimwe chezvitsike.
One Chitsike. And then Joe Varkulita inonzi Adrenaline Skydiving Club.
Yes.
Muno muZimbabwe kwandinovawo iko kwandinojambira kana muchindoona ndichijamba sem civilian. It's because we have some of those ways we can actually jump and learn how these things are done. Adrenaline Skydiving Club.
Chokwadi rumbe akauya kwa Adrenaline Skydivers Club aitya asi ndobva tamudzidzisa. Iko zvino ato umwe wezvibaba zvekujamba. Kune vane meso anonyatsoona zvakanaka, tikatarisa Due South tichaona isusu ndege yedu ichiaprocha ichiita running in. Ndege yerudzi rwekasa 212 inokwanisa kushandiswa se-Airbus, inokwanisa kushandiswa se-cargo plane, inokwanisa kushandiswa iyo for medical evacuations, inokwanisa kushandiswa for military operations. Tinoishandisa zvakare semaparatroopers.
Indeed. Murukuti chiko mukomane izvi.
Zvatanga. Zvinhu zviya zvatanga.
Ayo, inene ndinoona kuti vanhu vese vati muri kuona ndege mudenga, mukangotarisa mudenga makandiona mukatarisa kumusoro, it's about to just get above the head. Ndoda kuti munhu wese ati zvakuda kutanga. Zvakuda kutanga.
Tiri kuiona ndege yedu ichiaprocha izvezvi yava almost overhead. Tiri ape takatarisa tichaona vachibuda. Rumbi, tiri kuZDF. Wakanganwa. Tiri kuona unge uri kufunga kuti Rumbi, tiri kuZDF. Wakuda kusumudza teretse. Zvisinei, tiri ape takatarisa ndege yedu tichaona maparatroopers vachibuda.
Manje, inene ndiri kuziva, ine ndoda kusumudza chaunga changu inini Sly.
Yes.
And then we also have mamwe majumpers atandisati mention. Now we've got Warrant Officer Class 2 Gunda Moses.
Moses, the great.
The big show.
The big show.
He's big. Vane 1,156 jumps.
Yeah.
And then we also have Warrant Officer Class 2 Tembo Tinashe.
Tinashe.
Vane 1,110 jumps.
Tinashe vanomti sensei gore rataenda paChina apa. Mukomana yeye ndiye akanga ari mukomana wokuvhura mashanana kusvika vamuti shifu kana kuti sensei.
Unoziva kuti ndinovhura futi mashanana.
Atoziva ndotokutya wani.
Ndiite demonstration here.
Uruda kudemonstrate here. Tikaona ndege isiri kudropa, imwe yenguva inenge yachinjiswa nguva nokuda kwetawa, tirambe takagara takamirira nokuti ndege hadzifambe semashu. Hadzibhururuki semashu. Saka padzinobhururuka paya.
Apa ina udonedza vanhu bozi vanonyatsoita oho.
Saka vanhu vari fanirwa kuita oho. Vanhu vakaita oho vanobva vazvizwa. Saka tangidza Rumbi.
Hanzi tisimudze chaunga kakuti majumpers anyatsouya hanzi havana kukunzwai mudenga umo. Remember, zviri kufanirwa kusvika ku3 kilometers mudenga umo hanzi. Saka handei zvakuda kutanga. One more time. Tanga.
Rumbika. Zvisinei, regai ndikuzivisei zvakare vamwe vemajambazi varipo. Tasati tapedza isusu tina kala sergeant Tuvetsevo chimukomana chepa Jambezi.
Mukomana wejambezi.
Chimukomana chejambezi tina kala sergeant mukandiona jasi. Mukandiona chibaba. Mirai muone zvaachaita. Kune vakomana zvakare vasina kukunda kuve pano nekuda kwenguva. Tina isusu Kopro Chauya. Tina zvakare Kopro Mutenda mwana wakulindiswa. Hanzi Mutenda ndini one Bingaman skydiver. Ndozo akataurira.
Tikufana recruiter vamwe asi. Mukatarisa mudenga muri kuiona ndege anti. Murore nemuridzo kana muri kuiona ndege mudenga.
Tirore maoko ndege yedu. Yes, yakutora direction ine arrow kuti ikwanise kuti inge chidropa maparatroopers. Arrow iri rinenge richionekwa 5s. Kubva mudenga kana tiri kuti 5s dziri kureva kuti visually correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Varenga vachiriona arrow irororo mudenga.
Tina takatarisa 1 2 3 4 5 6 7
Atanga kudona mazai.
Maparatroopers
have jumped out of the Casa 212. Ladies and gentlemen, vese vavhura maparachute avo vakutanga kuuya kuti vaite approach yavo yekupinda mudrop zone.
Nguva inoteera ndichakumbira veprotocoka kuti vazongosiyirawo mashefu kunyanya His Excellency naamai kuti vangokwanisa kuonawo vanhu vachibuda because izvezvika vavharirwa havana kukwanisa kuona. Zvisinei tichataura navo tokumbira.